Everybody's ready? Ready? All right. Good evening, everyone. The December 7th, 2023 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. I first would like to take a moment and recognize the start of Hanukkah, celebrated by so many of our Monroe County friends, neighbors, and renew our pledge to fight against anti-Semitism here and abroad. I also would like to take a moment of silence to recognize the anniversary of D-Day and those who have given their lives that day. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Barnhart. Ms. Barnhart is present. Mr. Brew. Mr. Brew is present. Mr. Colby. Mr. Delahanty. Mr. Delahanty is present. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer is present. Mr. Mafucci. Mr. Mafucci is present. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne is present. Ms. Roman. Ms. Roman is present. Chairwoman Smith.
Here.
Chairwoman Smith is present. Ms. Vasquez Simmons. Ms. Vasquez Simmons is present. Mr. Udelson. Mr. Udelson is present.
Legislators, will you please stand as Legislator Delahanty will now lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Legislator Delahanty. There are two public hearings scheduled for tonight's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
An affidavit of publication and posting of the notice of the hearings on the assessment rolls of the Pure Waters districts for 2024 and the notice of the hearing on the proposed 2024 Monroe County budget and the Daily Record and the Rochester Business Journal have been received and are on file in the clerk's office.
I now declare open the public hearings on the assessment rolls for the Gates Tri-Lake Ogden Sewer District, Arundecoit Bay South Central Pure Waters District, Northwest Quadrant Pure Waters District, and the Rochester Pure Waters District for 2024. Are there any speakers registered for these hearings?
There are no speakers registered for those hearings.
I declare these public hearings closed. We have to wait 2 minutes before we can start the next public hearing. I now declare open the public hearing on the proposed 2024 Monroe County budget. Are there any speakers registered for this hearing?
We do. We have a bunch of speakers this evening for the budget. I will call forward 3 names. Please come forward and to address the legislature. And the timer will go off after 2 minutes. Please conclude when the timer sounds and exit through the door over here to my right. And our first 3 speakers are Clay Harris, Elder Yvonne Wilson, and Peter Peters.
I can start? Okay, well, good evening to everybody. And thanks for having me. I'm gonna talk about basically homelessness. And I've personally seen people that were homeless and in need of assistance from New York State Monroe County Department of Social Services. And the amount of temporary assistance across the board is far below the high economic threshold of inflation. $440 a month for one person, rental assistance for one person, $650 for a single mother and child. These amounts cannot do the person any good because right now we know that the inflation is here. So a room today costs about $650 for one single person. And a two-bedroom apartment is about $1,400 a month. And the I want to say the TNAF has not actually been raised, I believe, since 1996, okay, or maybe. So people out there on the street, as you see, they're running up and down Main Street right now. They don't have anywhere to go. Also, too, it's a lot of red tape between the fact if they don't have an address, they can't get assistance. And I believe that it should be raised to $650 a month for a single person and about $1,200 a month for a single family with one child. Also, too, basically, the food stamps, okay? The people cannot buy toilet tissue, they can't buy soap, they can't buy anything that's essential to their health and their welfare as far as being healthy. So I suggest that we come up with some kind of legislation that will allow them to get the essentials that they need to be a normal, regular American citizen so they can have some pride about their life and feel good about themselves. And basically, that's what I need to say. So I hope you all will consider that. Amen. Amen.
My name is Peter Peters. I chair the advocacy team of REACH. We seek to ensure housing justice for our community. We face a housing crisis in our nation, especially among more than 10,000 people in our county who live on very low income. In March, the National Low Income Housing Coalition reported that in Rochester, for every 100 households living on very low incomes, there are only 27 housing units available. REACH houses over 80 guests each night who are experiencing chronic homelessness. Our social work team helps our guests find permanent housing. Their biggest challenge is the lack of truly affordable units. Why is this happening to people who are very poor? In short, current housing programs perpetuate this gap. As Matthew Desmond writes, poor families looking for a safe, affordable place to live in America usually have but one choice: to rent from private landlords and fork over at least half their income. If we want to get rid of rent gouging and neglected properties, we need to expand housing opportunity for low-income families. Public housing provides affordable homes to millions of Americans, but it is so underfunded relative to the need that the wait time to get into one of these units is often not counted in months, in years, but decades. We can do more to alleviate those who suffer from housing injustice by investing more in truly affordable housing. You can take a leadership role in this by setting aside $10 million for a housing trust fund in the coming budget. This money can be used to create housing units that remain affordable. The money is there. It just needs the political will to do this. By acting in this way, you will bring hope to those who are daily struggling to find affordable housing. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Terrence Schnur, Bridget Hurley, and Elizabeth McGriff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the extent there's any reality to the perception that private businesses operate more efficiently than government, it's because competition forces businesses to either meet their customers' needs or perish. That's not true of natural monopolies, where democratic accountability is required either through government oversight or through direct government provision of services. In a vacuum, I would choose a local public utility over a vast multinational every time. But a transition raises four perplexing questions that I doubt anyone could answer fully tonight. Can it be done? How would it be done? What would the cost, benefits, and foreseeable complexities be? And should it be done? For less than 1/14 of 1% of this county's annual budget, we can have answers to the first three questions that would allow a fact-based debate on the fourth. Those answers can be objective and thorough if people with differing hopes and expectations come together to insist on it. Thank you and have a good night.
Good evening. My name is Bridget Hurley. I'm with the Children's Agenda. And I just want to, before I read my prepared remarks, I want to say I endorse everything that's been said so far tonight by the speakers. And the Children's Agenda just recently did a report on housing in Rochester. And there's an alarming percentage that I wish I could remember off the top of my head, but it's very high compared to other districts. There's a high percentage of RCSD school students or school district students who have turnover once or twice a year, each grade. And so housing, whether it's the shelter allowance or affordable housing, is an enormous issue for children in Rochester. So I'm not going to be able to read all my remarks, but I'll summarize. So thanks for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about the 2024 budget. I want to share some results of a poll that the Children's Agenda just conducted. We have, for the past 2 years, have hired a national firm to do a poll of randomly selected representative parents in Monroe County and ask them a set of questions each time. So we just had our poll conducted in November and got the results. So here we go. 48 parents in Monroe County have trouble affording their rent or mortgage. So half of the families in Monroe County struggle with housing. Nearly as many, 44%, reported finding it challenging to include fruits and vegetables in their weekly grocery budget. 38% of parents in the county stated that they ration food so that their family doesn't run out of food before the next paycheck. Almost 1 out of 4 parents, 23%, stated that they rely on food pantries to have enough food and that they skip meals so their children can eat. So I'll stop there. I have provided a copy of my remarks to all of the legislators, and I thank you for listening tonight.
Our next three speakers are Barbara Rivera.
No, Elizabeth McGrath. Elizabeth McGrath.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth McGriff, and I work with the Citywide Tenants Union. And often I see people's living conditions and their circumstances. What Monroe County needs to invest is in the community, and that's the people who are of low income and who are struggling financially. I want to tell you a little story about a single mom raising 6 children. She lives in a home and the children's ages range between 3 and 14. She works for the city school district. She goes to her job faithfully. When she moved into this apartment, she didn't see all the underlying issues. it was infested with mice. She called code enforcement. Code enforcement didn't come, or they came and looked at it at one time and just walked away, no solutions. The landlord, being upset, called Child Protective Services on her. She also found out there was lead paint in the home, and her children, her two youngest, have a lead paint level of 29%. So this is something that she moved into, wasn't expecting it, but now her kids are going to be affected for the rest of their lives. The county has to invest in people. You have to invest in the community. If you don't, then you have these situations that happen in our city and people's lives are affected. Talk about her mental health, going to work every day. Am I going to come home? My kids are going to be okay. Just the stress level and what that brings to a family and a single mom. She's doing it on her own. So when you look at the budget, please invest in housing. Please invest in supports for the community. And yeah, and that's pretty much it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Barbara Rivera. I'm a housing advocate here in the city of Rochester. The homeless and the tenants in our community are in desperate need of housing, a budget that fits all of us. Social services is broken in Monroe County. There is a backlog of food stamp and cash assistance applications. It's alarming due to the fact that I am one of those recipients that needed assistance. I can attest that it's extremely difficult to get in contact with anyone at DSS, let alone know if our applications were even processed. It took 4 months for me to find out that my application was lost, and I had to go up to DSS personally to fill it out and speak to someone personally in order for it to get processed. I'm speaking out because people can't afford rent, and our unhoused community aren't guaranteed shelter. Nearly about, I want to say 8%, maybe more, of our Rochester City School District students are homeless. That's one too many of us at risk of probably going through the worst housing situation we have ever seen. And if we don't do something now, it will get worse. Our county budget should reflect our values. Right now, it fails to address the critical needs of those struggling with poverty and homelessness. Survival. That's something that people in this community know all too well, and we are tired. We're tired of telling you all that we deserve to be invested into, and that we need better things for us. And it's time that we are treated like we actually voted you into those seats. It's about time you start investing into us, into the community that you say that you care so much about. Unless you step outside of your porch and your beautiful homes, your wonderful cars, and you step into our neighborhoods, you won't actually see the disparity that these type of decisions, like a golf course, puts into effect on us. People are struggling. People are dying. Last year, Buffalo had so many people die. We were afraid that this was going to happen to us. And again, a year later, we're still asking for help. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Our next three speakers are Kelly Cheadle, Oscar Brewer, and William Williams.
Good evening. I need you to know that poverty is a choice that's not made by the people who are living in it, but by those in power who refuse to change it. My friend wasn't able to be here tonight, so I'm reading a copy of the email that she sent to Legislator Barnhart yesterday. Hello, my name is MR. I'm a single mother of 4 children aged 7, 4, 2, and 9 months. I have had 3 jobs this year that I have lost waiting on childcare to be approved. I am currently on the verge of losing the 4th. Friday, I spoke with my caseworker with the income eligible childcare team. She let me know that she was approving daycare and will give my daycare provider a call, which she never did. Monday came and I once again called temporary assistance so I could get transferred to her, but instead I was given the number for the team. The answering machine says that they don't answer the line and the mailbox was full. Why are you leading people to a dead end? Tuesday, she left me a voicemail stating that she simply hasn't gotten around to mailing out the notices, but my case is open. I called back, leaving a voicemail, including a daycare provider fax number. I told her she won't watch my kids until they're in the system or until she gets notice. Wednesday, my daycare provider let me know that my kids are still not in the system, nor has she gotten a call or a fax. I called her again and she said she was going to fax over the notice, but once we got off the phone, it had been 4 hours. After I called her supervisor, he didn't care about the jobs I had lost, only the job I'm currently working. He assured me I wouldn't lose this job, but I was assured I wouldn't lose my other ones as well. I'm going to go fast. My daycare provider is already owed for the 2 weeks she watched my kids, and according to my worker, that's my daycare provider's fault for watching them without being approved first. Fix this.
Good evening, county legislators. I'm here to offer you help tonight on behalf of Motel 6. The one in Tyree Avenue. We know that we had issues out there. I am now the housekeeping manager at Motel 6. We are extensively cleaning our rooms. So the first thing I would like to offer you guys, if you would love to, reach out to me. You got my phone number. Come out for a tour. We have Assembly Member Demond Meeks coming out this week, coming up to visit our facility. With that being said, we have offered Monroe County DHS 10 free emergency cold blue rooms. Myself, my maintenance man at Motel 6 will be speaking later on tonight. We are diligently working to help the county. We are not asking for a handout, nor have any of my colleagues that's come before me or that's coming after me tonight. As a housing organizer first by trade, it is our duty to take care of everybody in our community, right? Article 17 of the New York State Constitution says, if a person is eligible, you cannot deny them housing. That is the New York State Constitution. Okay, folks, we are not asking for a handout. There's a housing crisis. We all know it. We see it. There's a homeless population out of this world. I was born in the city in 1979. The people that I see on these streets, I went to school with. I had food. I shared meals with them. As a housing organizer, we get out there. So, folks, if you want some help, Motel 6 is here to help you, to alleviate the overflow that you're going to see in these shelters. We want crime prevention. I want it. I want public safety. Let's get some of these folks off the street so they're in a safe house instead of being exposed to all this unnecessary crime that we're seeing already. Work with us. We'll work with you. Thank you for your time and thank you for being here.
Good evening, County Legislator. I'm Will Williams. I'm directly impacted person and family. I know how it feels to be homeless. I feel like we should fix a lot of things like rent control because some of the requirements are hard to keep up with. You have to make 3 times the amount of the rent. And most of us don't make that amount. So you can't even get an apartment. Then on top of it, if it's violations, you can't even get the rent paid for by social services. So it's a lot of things that we have to fix, but we have to work together to fix these problems. That's all I have to say.
Our next 3 speakers are Preacher Adams, Lajee Dunson, legit. My apologies. and Pastor Wanda Wilson.
Good evening. I got some facts here that I want to read to you. And the facts come from Monroe County budget. I want you to listen to what I'm saying. Social service is broken in Monroe County for number one. People can't afford the rent. And the first time you're hearing it, it's sad. You are elected officials that sat there time after time that we come here. For number three, one in Rochester schools, every one student is in 1 in 10 is homeless. That's sad. We are a 4 homeless state. Shouldn't be. Let me tell y'all something. What happened in Buffalo was a warning, because we ain't ready for it. I'm telling you, we ain't ready for it. You better get and listen to what we are saying. We're the one that's got the answer. You ain't got the answer. Because every time y'all do something, you got to do a study. Come and talk to the people that's here. Come and talk to us. We will tell you, if you listen to us, guess what? You won't be in this. There's a backlog. A backlog. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There's a backlog. That guess what? This shouldn't be. Because guess what? Here's another fact. 1 in 5 in the county of 30,000 are in poverty. That's fact. That's come from here, from y'all. Ain't come from me. Ain't come from us. Here is another one. There is 8,500. Listen at me. 8,500 evictions in Monroe County. Shouldn't be. I'm gonna say it again. You better listen. Y'all are the one that can change it. If y'all come and talk to us, if you don't, we will see you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, county legislation. We had 10% of the students in Rochester School District are homeless. In addition, students suffering homelessness have a 3.5% chance of dropping out. Students lacking a GED are 4.5 times more likely to suffer homelessness. The Department of Social Service has a severe backlog of food stamp, cash assistance, as well as applications. Monroe County by far has the highest rejection rate of any other county in the state, with the rejection rate of 74.3%. Now, I asked the question, why? So we're asking for a housing budget as well as adequate investment to circumvent this broken system. We have the 5th richest county, but ranked 4th in poverty. And make no mistake, poverty is a policy choice. But our system is not broken. It's systemically designed this way.
when our elected officials feel that our budget deserve to take 1.9 million from social service to invest it in the zoo as well as golf courses. That shows you exactly how they feel about us. Thank
you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pastor Wanda Wilson, and I'm here tonight to support the ask from the community for the 2024 Monroe County budget to include $10 million for a housing fund to help remedy the epidemic in our communities regarding a lack of quality, low income, and affordable housing, as well as homelessness, so that people are guaranteed a shelter. I want to specifically draw your attention to a summary of stories with a common theme that I've been exposed to over the past week that involve families with children being evicted from shelters, emergency housing situations. When I heard these stories, the first thing that came to my mind was, why would our county allow this type of displacement? And why is it that families with children who obviously needed housing because they were in a shelter would be displaced from the shelter with no place to go? How is it that they are displaced and being blamed and having to carry the burden because they could not find quality, low-income, affordable housing, and they were not able to find this type of housing in the required time frame according to county stipulations? Even in the stories that I heard, some families shared that they were told if they didn't find housing, the Child Protective Services would become involved. What I just described to you is an example of how broken the Monroe County social service system is. When individuals and families are displaced from shelters with no place to go due to circumstances that are beyond their control, this is a red flag that is a signal that the county cannot ignore, but can help to fix by approving a moral budget for 2024 that will reflect the values of society that believes every human being has a right to be treated with respect, dignity, and love, regardless of their economic status. Expanding warming centers and investing in outreach centers and steering federal pandemic relief funding to different community agencies is not working. But what can work is for Monroe County to be intentional about creating and improving a moral budget by investing in people experiencing poverty and homelessness. Thank you.
Our next two speakers are Charles Ernst. Amy D'Amico. Sister Rita Lewis.
My name is Charles Ernst, and I work in Motel 6 on Chilai Avenue. I've been with the homeless for 11 years with these people, and our doors are open for anybody to come into the Motel 6 to check it out, to see what we've done into this building to help these people to have somewhere to go instead of staying outside where it's cold. Thank you.
Esteemed legislators, my experience is in street outreach work supporting homeless people in Monroe County. I can tell you, once people become homeless, they often stay that way for years. They bounce from emergency shelters to the street, to hotels, to emergency rooms, to being doubled up with family, back to shelters, or back to the street. What causes homelessness? Homelessness is often regarded as a personal failure, lack of responsibility that leads to evictions, broken family relationships, poor financial management, and eventually homelessness. Sometimes this conception is because we try to imagine what it would take for us to become homeless. But homelessness is sometimes caused by things we have not directly experienced. Some people are born into homelessness. Others age out of the foster care system and end up in homeless shelters. Others have been historically marginalized and disadvantaged, their parents and grandparents not given the same opportunities as their white neighbors, such as white soldiers being given home loans from the GI Bill after World War II, but not Black soldiers. So their family equity and social capital are lower. Some have significant diseases or disabilities. All these can cause homelessness. What can we do? I appreciate that this administration is advising a cautious, fiscally cautious budget. Tax rate went down, the tax levy is flat, and there's $140 million cash reserve proposed. As a homeless advocate, I advise a fiscally cautious investment, taking $10 million in funding from that reserve and setting it aside for housing programs that prevent homelessness, like rent subsidies, rent arrears, security deposits, and better shelter funding. Homelessness prevention is the fiscally prudent approach. Thank you.
Our next three speakers are Sister Grace Miller, Asa Adams, and Justine Harris.
Okay, we're here today to speak for our homeless, as we usually do come here to do that. It's your responsibility to make sure that our homeless are housed and that they are not walking 3 o'clock in the morning on cold winter nights with no place to go and finding shelter in the bus stops there. You see the weather today. There's no reason why our homeless should be out in the cold, on the cold streets, and we see them. And what bothers me and bothers us is that Rochester has the means to take care of all of our homeless, and yet they are not being taken care of. And that it's a lack of responsibility. This should be a priority of yours to make sure that our homeless are well taken care of. Many of them are out in the streets with no jackets on cold nights, shivering in the cold. And we see them. We walk the streets 3 o'clock in the morning. We don't see any of you out there walking the streets 3 o'clock in the morning to make sure that our homeless are not out there freezing. Rachel Barnhart has a plan, $10 million for a housing fund for the homeless and the poor. We urge you to adopt her plan to provide housing, adequate housing for the homeless. And this is your responsibility. And we come here time after time begging you to please take care of our homeless. It is so sad to see them on the streets late at night in the cold with no jackets, no winter jackets. So we ask you to please take care of this problem. Now, if we go out at 3 o'clock in the morning to see what homeless are out there, you can do it too.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Justine Harris, and I'm here to talk to the legislators about the importance of housing, because me and my family are affected by this every day. I'm not homeless, but due to the situation that I'm currently in, my holidays may be spent on the streets searching for somewhere to go. Yet I get up every day and I go to work to keep a roof over my children's head. Enough is enough. Dare to care. That's what I want you to think about tonight when you go home to your families, where you're warm and safe. Every day is a struggle for me and my family due to the poor housing that we live in. I've done everything I was asked to do. Still no help in sight. I was even taken to court and granted an eviction. I did nothing wrong. All I did was rent from a slumlord. So you see, there's too many stories of how the system is broken and it affects us all. Have a heart. Don't be so heartless. Winter is approaching. And we are counting on you legislators to do the right thing. Same way you counted on our votes to keep you in office. So have a heart. Do right by the people in Monroe County. This once was a beautiful place. So many memories. But now it's like a war zone. People are going mad and y'all seem not to care. You don't know me, you don't know my story, but I'm here to tell you that it's truly heartbreaking to see the things that we see in our city when it's so full of riches. But our issues are always put on the back burners because we are the people that do not matter. But we are the people that stand in line every year and give you a vote to do what's wrong because you do nothing right.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, including me. My name is Asa Adams. Over the weekend, I was reinstated to a group of men and women I dedicated my life to during the 60s. I'm officially back with the Black Panther Party. I'm here in Rochester to change a whole lot of things, especially Department of Social Service. Right now in my house, I have a family that's not even mine. They were indoors that got put out by the landlord. They went to the Department of Social Service to get help. They ran into so many sanctions, I lost my mind. I don't know what the hell is going on in this city, but apparently you guys got big issues and you're trying to push them under the rug. I don't know who is in head of this damn department, but I know they need to be, as I would say, fired. Because if it was me holding a job like that, especially being a supervisor, Jim, once upon a time, you would have been fired, especially with all the figures that's going on here. You guys got the opportunity to do something that no other county in the United States can do. Make a change and make it work for the country. Show the United States that you got the guts to fight back. If that crazy nut in Albany, the governor, wants to fight you, you fight her back. Quit following the minimum guidelines. Take it to its max. Because Rochester at one time cared about its poor, especially during the 50s, 60s, and the 70s. Somewhere along the line, the ball was dropped. And now we have homeless. To show you a good example, when I leave here, I'm going to have to go to Martin Street and Clinton Avenue. There's a lady under the bridge, sitting by herself, homeless, covered with a blanket. Somebody here need to go and take a look at this tonight. And if I was you guys and I had a bus, I would fill it with you guys just to let you see this. But Rochester, I'm home. I'm here to help you get this thing right. If you don't know what to do, come to us and then we can work together. And I'm angry about the Black men that's supposed to be sitting there tonight that's not here. That shows you this is not only a white issue, it's a Black issue too. So we got to get it right. And I wish you do it. And with God help, we can get it done right. Now, shall we go home and eat dinner tomorrow morning? Let's go get this woman off this corner, find her way in. And those who's on the Department of Social Service, get your butt over there tomorrow and look for this woman. Because she's on Clinton Avenue. And she's got to be at least 68, 69 years old. That's too old to be out here. And you know it. God bless us all.
Our last two speakers are Sister Rita Lewis and Clay Harris.
So I'm here to support Rachel Barnhart's proposal for a $10 million housing fund that will be used for housing the homeless, the poor, people facing eviction, whatever it may be, to get them off the streets and into proper housing and proper shelter. That is critical in our community. You know, I mean, what good is a beautiful downtown when you have homeless people who have nowhere to go? And we really have to come up with a place where people will be welcomed as they are, where there'll be rental assistance for them to stay in their apartments and not be evicted. You know, it's so important to do. I was just delayed because there's a couple that needed help with housing and shelter. They were being denied because they have no ID. They're people. They need a place. They don't need to be outside. They said they were freezing outside. So please, let's do all we can to make sure that the people who are hurting the most in our community are being taken care of. That's all we ask for. Thank you.
There being no other speakers on the subject, I declare this public hearing closed.
Come forward. Please say your name and you'll have 2 minutes to address them.
Thank you. My name is Amelia Aquino. I live over by Cobbs Hill. I love and support everyone who is in the back over here. We've been through many protests together. We've come here together many times, and they have much more hope than I do. I don't believe in any of you. I think all of you are going to betray our trust. You give me no hope. 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 Adam Bello, wherever he is, gives me no hope. I don't think that you all are listening to us. I think that you all are texting. All the people in the back row, none of them give me hope. Everyone who's on the streets right now deserves a home. Housing is a human right. We shouldn't be working to death to live. We should be working to have fun and to go on vacations and to visit my family who's states away. But I can't because I'm 2 paychecks away from losing my home. And that's not my fault. I have a bachelor's degree. I do have a full-time job. That's literally 2 blocks away from here. But I know that you all only care about your wallets. You only care about who's going to give you money. So I'll give you all of my $800, have it. Will that really help? No, because it's not enough for you, because you don't see us. And that's really disappointing. So my words up here feel like nothing because none of you really care. And I don't think that you ever will. So I'm sorry I don't have enough money to get you out of office. I'm sorry I don't have enough money to put you in office because I know that my vote means absolutely nothing. It's whoever pays you the most money and whoever you take their money for. So every single person who dies this winter on the streets is your fault because we have tried and tried. And that's all I have to say.
Hello, how is everyone tonight? Hello, legislators. This is the first time I've ever spoken here, and I do agree with her. I've sat here in the back watching, listening. I worked for Monroe County Department of Social Services. $410. You couldn't get an apartment back in 1982 for that, let alone in 2023. I've watched y'all sit and text. I've watched y'all chit-chat with each other. I've watched y'all whisper back and forth. And I believe you don't care about the community, the people that put you in your seats. The people that can take you right out too. Because isn't it a 2024 election? Somebody in here must be got to be reinstated or booted out. We need to help. People are suffering. I have a home on Woodbine Avenue. I can't get my realtor people to do a damn thing in my house. I pay out of my pocket to have a nice home. That is for them. It's not mine. My name is not on these papers. But if I want the mice gone, I got to buy them poison. If I want the house to have a little better porches were rotted, I had to hire the contractors to have it done. Where the hell's my money? Where's my money being reimbursed? It's not my house. But the county doesn't come out and check the properties properly. We got gutters overflowing on my house, water pouring all over all the time, water running in my basement. It took me over and over and over, damn near 4 years to get them to come and drain that basement correctly. For the lines were all clogged. Now, whose fault is this? Is that my fault? I don't own this house. But you say you have grants and budgets and help for people. Well, where are they? Because I don't have any. I would like some new windows this year, some winterization in my house so I don't feel a draft. Got to put a damn blanket on. And got my heat set on 74. I should have it set on 69, like you say. But 69 don't keep the house warm. I'm tired. It's been 40 years. I've seen the same thing over and over, begging y'all for some money for some help for housing. For the people that do have a home, to let the landlords get some kind of help or make them do their job. They're taking our money. They get rent every month. I don't stop my rent because I have a flood in my basement. You still got your rent, and I still got my flood. Why? Why don't you help us? Have a heart. We should be out on your grasses, at your houses, hooking up tents, showing you what it's like to live home. And then maybe we'd get one or two to look and say, wow, all these years we've been sitting on our asses doing nothing. And these people really did need our help. Wouldn't that be amazing if one of you opened your eyes? That's all I ask for. Just one. And maybe one will pass it on to the next and the next and the next. Thank you, I'm done.
There being no other speakers on the subject, I declare the public hearing closed. Are there any speakers signed up for the public hearing?
There is none.
I would like to introduce Robert Franklin, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who is here to present the proposed 2024 Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Ways and Means Committee. We will have question and answer period following the presentation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm just going to jump right in. Hopefully we'll keep this down to 10 minutes. Got 11 slides. You've seen this slide before, another presentation. Not really going to spend a lot of time. I just want to comment. The percentages you see on these different pieces of the pie, they don't really change a whole lot from year to year. What I would like to spend a couple minutes on is our operating expenses by object. Whereas that previous pie chart showed you what Monroe County spends its money for, this slide shows you what we actually spend our money on. And the detail behind this slide can be found on page 55 of your budget book. First and foremost on this slide, salaries and benefits. They're growing by roughly $45.8 million next year. Part of that increase is due to adding about 172 and 3/4 FTEs to our budget. We've talked about some of those staffing increases in other committee meetings, but the list of departments in which all these new positions can be found are on page 57 of your budget book. The bigger contributors, however, are the pay and step increases that are required by our collective bargaining agreements. In total for the whole county, those agreements can add roughly 6 or 7% to salaries, plus overtime, plus holiday pay, roll call pay, and all the other special pay types we have. Rounding out the increase of salary and benefits, it's an additional $6.6 million in budgeted retention bonuses over the currently adopted budget. Before moving on, I got to make a quick side note about salary and benefits. This slide shows salary and benefits are growing by $45.8 million. Already said that. It's really $56.4 million. The reason this shows a little lower numbers because our medical and dental insurance is treated in our system as a contractual service. I don't know why. It's just a throwback to legacy systems, but we always consider medical and dental a benefit. And I will say, when we switch to a new ERP system, we're going to fix that. So let me move right into the next line, contractual services and supplies. They're increasing by almost $41.7 million over the currently adopted budget. Of course, the first $10.6 million of that increase is due to the rising medical and dental insurance expenses. Medical costs are increasing about 12% over the current year. Dental is increasing about 5.5%. Most, not all, of the increases within contractual services are mandated by New York State. We talked in a previous committee about the assigned council rates. They're adding about $4.5 million to next year's budget, public safety in particular. And during the Human Services Committee last week, we talked a little bit about our court-ordered cases. Those are cases for people who need to be evaluated on their fitness to stand trial. Those costs are increasing $2.25 million. Also increasing state-funded mental health and addiction services contracts, about $3.7 million. This is money we get from state OMH, state OASAS that we pass through to our provider agencies. And I'll also comment on Project Anchor, which we mentioned in the Human Services Committee. That's our rent supplement program that's now budgeted for $3 million next year. And then the other major contributor on this line, which we briefly mentioned in public safety, $4.5 million in equipment appropriations related to the prior year state interoperable communications grants that are now being accounted for in the operating budget rather than the capital budget. And then on this particular slide, the last line I'll really comment on is the $34.7 million increase in public assistance benefits and Medicaid. We talked a little bit about these. That $34.7 million increase is largely comprised of an additional $13.6 million for subsidized daycare benefits, an additional $7.6 million in public health for early childhood development, an additional $2.6 million for child and family services, and lastly, a $9.9 million increase in our required Medicaid cap payment to New York State, because the state is going to stop sharing the enhanced federal reimbursement with counties. You've also seen this slide before, so I just have a couple brief comments. The takeaway from this particular pie chart is that Monroe County still has a relatively favorable and reliable revenue structure. Property taxes on the left here, property taxes, special assessments, and about half of our intergovernmental revenues represent a very stable property tax revenue stream. In all, this stable revenue stream is about 36% of Monroe County's budget. Statewide average is closer to 20 to 22%. So this is very favorable to Monroe County. Then in the upper left-hand corner of this round pie chart, sales and hotel occupancy taxes. That represents only 15% of Monroe County's revenues. In other counties, this volatile revenue stream is upwards of 30 or 32% of their revenues. And then lastly, I'll comment on our state and federal aid combined. They make up about 28% of Monroe County's revenues. That aid is by and large reimbursement based. So we spend $1, claim it, and then at some point in the future, we get a certain percentage back. Sometimes it takes a while, but the state and federal governments are generally reliable payers to the county. Quick note about our taxable property values. For the second consecutive year, taxable property values grew by over 13% in this county. And you really need to go back to the early 1990s to see that kind of assessment growth. Several of you have asked this year and in prior years about how much of the assessment growth is for new construction. It's very hard to pin that down exactly. New York State Tax and Finance provides an estimate of that growth. I use that. And for 2023, it was about 0.75%. So on this slide, of the 13.7% increase, 0.75% is from new construction. That's a proxy. Very quick, I want to look at our sales tax collections. Next year's budget, we're looking at sales tax revenue at $206.3 million. That's about a 5.4% increase from the currently adopted budget. It sounds like a lot, but really it's only 2.5% more than where we think this year's revenues will come in. Is that conservative? Next year, a little, but I will say it's not as conservative as I have been in the past. I started with this year's projection of revenues. I backed off the estimated bump from having the PGA in town this year. And then I used the pre-pandemic average rate of growth in this county. It's about 3.2%. As I said last year, no lie, there's as much art as there is science in projecting sales tax, but I do model this in two different ways, and I'll let the economic data sway my thoughts up or down. Like last year, I'm going to summarize our use of fund balance in next year's budget. First off is from the debt service fund. That's regulated by law, so we're very specific in how we apply those appropriations. The use of Pure Water's fund balance next year has been limited to the Rochester District and Aronic Bay, South Central. I mentioned in our EPW committee, we're looking at rate increases next year of about 3% in each district. The use of fund balance was a measure to keep rates from going even higher. And within the general fund, a number of lines. The first 27.3 million you see came from our unassigned fund balance, while the other items on this list had previously been assigned, committed, or restricted. And a number of you this year have asked, where did this lead to? This is a difficult question. I don't answer it the way some of you ask, but I'm going to summarize it for you tonight. This is a projection of our fund balance. I'm going to tell you that fund balance is actually only officially measured once per year, and that's when our audited financial statements come out. Every other discussion we have about fund balance is based on assumptions, estimates, and projections. I'll just briefly walk you through this slide. We start with the available fund balance in our audited statements for fiscal year 22. That is an audited number, $212.33 million. That is both the assigned fund balance and the unassigned fund balance. Those two categories are generally called available fund balances. This legislature has already appropriated fund balance during 2023. So you got to back off 34.42 million for that. I don't think you've seen it yet, but come December, I need to ask for an additional appropriation of 9.63 million. And that's for the next Medicaid upper payment limit due to Monroe Community Hospital, and to increase our appropriations for preschool special education services. I am projecting, at least now, about a $45 million surplus for the year. That gives us a projected year-end available fund balance of $213.28 million. It's not an audit, that's not audited, that's my best guesstimate. We've just discussed on the previous slide, we are asking to appropriate $43.7 million of our fund balance for next year's operating budget. So that leaves a projected remaining available fund balance of $169.52 million. Of course, our upper limit of our new policy is $156.2 million. And that's the upper limit. You know, there's a midpoint, 146.2. So that leaves a $13.32 million projected fund balance that exceeds the upper limit of our fund balance policy. That right now is my best guess, my best projection. I will be wrong. I can't tell you tonight, am I off by 20 grand or 2 million? And while I know a lot of you are watching these numbers very closely, and I know you have thoughts on what to do, I would at least be remiss if I didn't remind you on some of the commitments we've already made, discussed at these meetings, and maybe even plant a seed. I would like to start with Monroe Community Hospital. Tax support has been budgeted each year for the hospital since 2019, but it has not been enough to stem the financial losses at the hospital. They've incurred financial losses in 9 of the past 10 years. The exception was back in 2017 when New York State caught up with 3 prior years worth of Medicaid upper payment limit contributions. The main driver of their annual loss is that actual patient revenues have fallen short of budget. And they've fallen short of budget every year for the past 10 years. As of the audited statements in 22, their unrestricted deficit was over $51 million, and MCH owed the general fund over $15 million. We can develop a plan to eliminate their fund balance. We did it for solid waste. Perhaps we can do it for our community hospital. I'd also like to at least put in your mind employee pay and benefits. Concern has been voiced in these chambers on multiple occasions about our persistent staff vacancies. 8 departments currently exceed the countywide vacancy rate of 14%. Compensation, no matter who you talk to, no matter what the job applicant, compensation continues to be a high priority for job seekers. And frankly, that's an area in which Monroe County does not compete. A strategic and thoughtful approach to using fund balance for pay raises can be developed. We have set aside fund balance in the past as assigned fund balance, and the strategy has been to use that over the course of 3 or 4 years in declining amounts until our budget can catch up. And of course, the last thing, Monroe County has never had a real formal tax stabilization plan. At times in the past, we've pretended to have one, but never really. As they say on airplanes, put your own mask on first before helping your kids. As the real estate market here continues its crazy path, this could be an opportunity to bring additional stability. And I say this because of where we're heading. This is the 2-year forecast you'll find discussed on pages 384 to 387 of the budget book. And the first thing I want you to know is, these $13.2 million and $29 million deficits for the next 2 years, they're not meant to scare people. All right. We're a big government. When I first took this job in 2013, these numbers were 45 million and 95 million. I'm confident we have the know-how to handle these forecasted deficits that you see today. Second thing I want you to know, these numbers are never going to be zero. Okay. Forecasts are intended to be conservative in nature. We trend forward our expenses reasonably and realistically, but we trend forward our revenues a little more conservatively. And under that model, our expenses will always outpace revenues. It keeps us from getting complacent. But having said that, you need to know that the forecasted deficits have been trending higher the past couple of years. And I'd like to put this in a little historical context. The forecasted, you don't see it on this slide, but the forecasted deficit hit its peak in 2012, coming in at $106.2 million. And since then, each year it had been coming down until COVID showed up. COVID kind of threw a little blip in there for 21, calendar year 21. We all thought the sky was falling. But by 2022, we were back on track. For the last two budgets, however, the cumulative deficits have started tracking a little higher. And with this year's forecast, I'll be frank, I wasn't as conservative as I normally am. In a speech or two, the county executive said the county used to be defined by what it could not do, not what it could do. He wasn't wrong. 2018 was the year we finally didn't panic about putting the budget together. And by 2019, we were actually saying yes to a few department requests, some department requests. But the higher this number goes, the more likely we'll need to have honest conversations about reducing services. And I've worked here for 20 years. I've lived through the first 15 years of this century. And I don't want to go back to cutting services. But Madam Chair, that's it for my presentation. Happy to field questions.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. I will now open the floor to any committee members who have questions regarding the Ways and Means portion of the budget. Legislator Brew.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman. Through you, you're the chair, can you provide a breakdown of all travel appropriations within each division of each department whose portion of the budget falls within the purview of the Ways and Means Committee? This should include, for example, planned travel, included planned conference attendance.
We've done that in the past, Madam Chair. So yes, we can prepare that.
Thank you. To the chair, to Mr. Franklin, could you take us through page 54 and compare it to last year's fund summary and tax levy computation? It appears we are using roughly 100 million more in general fund appropriations. How does this compare to previous years? And what is its impact on the county's financial standing?
Page 54, Madam Chair, is a summary. I believe the question was, can I walk the committee through this page? This is a summary of the appropriations by fund in this year's budget. It also includes the transfers to other funds, other revenues, unit charges to back into the required real estate tax levy. Couple numbers I will point out. The first is the first column appropriations, the very last fund, debt service fund. It's 39 million and change. And start building that number by looking at page 395 of this book. Look at the debt service on page 395 for the general fund, the road fund, and the library fund. If you add up those three numbers, it's about $44.4 million. But you need to back off two debt chargebacks. One is from the M3S LDC, the other is from a Monroe New Power LDC. That brings you down to $39.082 million. Second number I'll point out, transfer from other funds, because this is a very confusing schedule, and the numbers, guaranteed no one on the committee would calculate these numbers themselves. Third column, transfer from other funds, road fund, $15.927 million. They're getting $31.3 million from the general fund. You'll see that in this budget book. It's a transfer. However, the road fund has 15.926 million of debt service. So back that number off. Add to it its use of reserve for bonded debt, which you'll see in the budget presentation for Department of Transportation. That's 545 grand and change. Those numbers net to the 15.927 million. The library fund's pretty easy. You'll see in the back of this book, in the appropriations, transfer from, I think we call it contribution to library, that's 7.52 million. But you'll recall, if you look at the library in the cultural and education section of this book, they have $33,000 of debt service that you have to back off from that. So that's where the 7.487 million comes from. Third in that column is the $2 million for solid waste. Well, that's the tax subsidy the general fund gives to the solid waste fund. Next on this list is 13.851 million for the hospital fund. Well, that's the tax subsidy you'll find in this book that the general fund provides to the hospital. And then the last number is the 36.105 million. Well, that's all the debt service budgeted throughout this book in all the general fund departments. First, really all the column D, other revenues, you'll find all these other revenues in each department of this book. But I will comment on the very bottom number, 2.976 million. That's in the debt service fund. Charge MCC, Monroe County Water Authority, $1.38 million. Some of that is for the Monroe New Power debt. Some of that is for the M3S debt. About 600 grand from MCC, about 830 grand from the Water Authority. And in this budget book and the various departments, we talked about our use for a reserve for bonded debt. That's 1.598 million. So those represent the other revenues to the debt service fund. Was there another portion of that question, Madam Chair, that I missed?
Now to the chair, Mr. Franklin, thank you very much. Very, very detailed in your explanation. Next. Moving on to the Board of Elections. To the chair on page 80, the Board of Elections 2023 major accomplishments and comparing to the 2023 major objectives from last year, a couple questions and comparing the accomplishments versus the objectives. Why is the new voter registration database not listed?
Demos for a new voter registration system. We concluded that none of the options significantly outperformed our current system, but we are looking to still revisit that another time.
Okay. Thank you. Next question through the chair to the administration. Why is locate more appropriately sized polling locations while eliminating undersized locations not listed?
Through the chair, our efforts are on continuously improving and assessing poll sites. As this is an ongoing effort, we felt it was best to remove this from a specific accomplishment, as this will be something that we continue to work on moving forward.
Thank you. Next question to the chair, to the administration. Why is the implement ballot print on demand on election day not listed?
Through the chair, we are still planning on or hoping to implement ballot on demand for election day, but it requires significant planning. The approach will aim to reduce voter confusion and ballot waste, but we've encountered some changes or some issues and challenges in consolidating polling sites that would effectively support this system. So we did not roll that out, but we are still working on it in the future.
Thank you. Through the chair, can the BOE talk briefly about the new voting machines, why they will be better? And when will they be fully implemented across the county?
Through the chair, the new voting machines, I'll answer the end of your question first. We are hoping to implement them by 2025. It would be the June primary of that year. The new voting machines that we are hoping to get provide greater voter privacy than the current machines due to going back to the old way of the lever machines where there will be a curtain that you pull and close behind you. In addition to that, they are all accessible voting machines, whereas right now we have one set of machines that are scanners, one set that are BMDs. We have one of each at every site at least. So there is always an accessible machine at every site. However, all of these machines are equally as accessible. And the other thing that comes from the new machines, why they are better, is it would allow us to see a cost savings of about $300,000 per year, as we would only use up the ballots that are voted on, and there would be less waste regarding that.
Thank you. Next question is, why do commercial services increase $300,000?
Through the chair, commercial services includes ballot printing, absentee printing, payroll services, delivery of voting machines. This increase is due to something you'll probably hear me say a couple of times tonight, 2024 being a presidential year. We anticipate potentially our highest turnout ever, which means more ballots. There were some cost increase in there as well, such as the cost of delivering the actual voting machines going up. The vendor approached us and asked for us to approve a slight increase in that this year. And due to issues finding drivers and rising gas costs. And the other increase was in cost of ballot printing. We are looking at potentially color coding or labeling absentees because of the new early vote by mail process. So there will be probably will be a slight cost increase associated with that as well. That comes from here.
Thank you. To the chair, to the administration, why do maintenance dash computer equipment increase by 300,000?
Through the chair, this was mostly a housekeeping move. Some of this was money we had budgeted for a new voter registration system that we ultimately did not go to. But now this cost is more, this comes from maintenance / equipment, which is 504,290. So that's the housekeeping that I referred to.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, why do election services increase by 2 million? Is this strictly because of the presidential year?
Yeah, as being a zero sum department, our expenses are charged back, so the revenue has to balance with the expenses of the year. So as the expenses go up, revenue has to match.
Thank you. And let me move on to a couple brief questions for the communications department. Through the chair, again, this is directed to the communications department. Through the chair on page 439, under communications appropriations, why do commercial services double?
Madam Chair, commercial services of $28,500 are almost entirely comprised of document translation costs, $20,000. That is the primary reason for the increase. Of course, also buried in here are the ASL interpretations, printing, some minor printing costs and promotional items for community events.
Okay, thank you. Another question through the chair of the administration regarding appropriations. Why do professional services increase by 60K?
So, Madam Chair, this is a shift from purchasing to communications. Ironically, by charter, communications is supposed to manage the contract with the county historian. So that's a $60,000 shift in this budget.
Okay. Another question regarding appropriations to the chair of the administration. It seems like clothing is added as a new line. What is being purchased and why? And are all communication departments workers getting uniforms? No, I just kidding about the last part.
Not uniforms, Madam Chair, but I'm going to say every county department now has been contracting for Monroe County logoed polos or fleeces for recognition out in the field and at community events.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions for now. Thank you.
Legislator Delahanty.
See, can you hear me? Through the chair, we're going to move on to the finance department. Through the chair, can you run through the most current county credit ratings and how they have improved over the last year? What a great question.
I have that, Madam Chair.
I bet you do.
Although, so this year, earlier in 2023, I think it was June something, June 11th, June 12th, Standard & Poor's increased the county's credit rating to AA. That was a one-notch increase from AA minus. Probably for S&P, the highest we've been rated since probably 2000, 2001, maybe 2002. Not listed in the accomplishments, however, is a more recent one-notch upgrade. This one from Fitch Ratings. They now have the county at a AA minus. That came end of November 4th or November 14th, one of those days. Moody's Investors Service, we have not had our annual surveillance call with them. Generally speaking, they reach out once a year. It's not every 12 months. It's whenever their schedule permits. Right now, they have us rated at A1, and that was an upgrade back in 2022. So maybe we'll get an upgrade if they schedule their next surveillance call within the next several months.
Well, through the chair, I would like to applaud you, Mr. Franklin. I too have been here over the past 20 years and have been through a number of times where we've discussed this issue. And I continue to see, and actually am thrilled to see the improvement in this area and know how important it is to the operation of the county and what it means to the community. So I applaud you on that, and certainly all the hard work I know behind the scenes that goes on with the staff in achieving this as well. Next question, through the chair, on page 424, is the parking stipend going to be altered this year from $0?
It will, Madam Chair, we didn't budget this year. 2023 was the first year we did this. Given the current vacancies and the frequent shifting of staff within departments, if we're going to continue on with the parking stipend, we'll start budgeting for that. We just wanted a couple years of history behind us. It really doesn't amount to a whole lot. So I'm not particularly worried that it's a zero for the budget.
Okay. And through the chair, is bank fees a new line with 81,000 and what for?
Yes and no, Madam Chair. It's a new line in this budget book for Finance Department, but it's used to be the line over in Parks. This was credit card fees paid for by the Parks Department. Parks does not eat the credit card fees, and we are having them switch to a new system. And since golf rounds are heavily paid for by credit cards, I constantly hear from my good friends at Parks that success counts against them.
Okay.
So since we transferred their budget to finance.
Okay. And through the chair, on page 619, finance revenues, it seems federal aid is added as a new line with 275,000 and state aid added as a new line with 55,000.
That's right, Madam Chair. The federal aid is really for our research strategy and development team. And that reflects currently deferred revenue related to the mental health, federal Medicaid, and salary sharing. The state aid, this is really, it's really DHS revenue. It's again related to research strategy and development. It's the OTDA reimbursement of one of their data analysis. The budget's in finance, the budget's gonna stay in DHS, the revenue.
Okay. Thank you for that. And why does the miscellaneous revenue jump from $0 in 2023 to 650,000? And what is being purchased?
It is revenue, so nothing is really being purchased per se. This is reflective of community foundation support that was intended for research, strategy, and development. They have had discussions with 3 local community foundations, and if those discussions remain fruitful, we may see reimbursement from them.
Okay. All right, and moving on in the finance, we've got a couple questions here. First question, through the chair, how much has the Rochester Red Wings paid in rent in the last year?
Madam Chair, the Red Wings don't actually pay rent per se. Their current lease mathematically costs for $100,000 a year, but really it's $1 million worth of fan amenities by the end of the 10-year term. Rent, but it's not rent.
Okay. And through the chair, who are Monroe County's representatives on the OTB board?
I have no idea, Madam Chair. We'll have to research that.
All right, I got a good one there. All right, and through the chair, on page 427, finance unallocated, why do excess coverage premiums increase by $260,000?
Horrible, Madam Chair. Our insurance premiums, you name it, whether it's cybersecurity, boiler and machinery, general liability, those are all going through the roof.
And that would be the same, or actually, through the chair, why do judgment claims increase by 10 million?
This primarily, Madam Chair, is our medical and dental. This is what I mean about in our system, medical and dental claims being considered contractual services rather than a benefit.
Okay. And why do professional services drop $400,000? And what was the contracted purchase last year?
The big shift, Madam Chair, is Department of Human Resources is now going to budget for and manage contracts related to labor relations, our flexible spending, parking, and prescription management. Those were in finance unallocated historically, but they really pertain to our employees. So they're better managed by the Department of Human Resources.
And why does the self-insurance reserve increase by 300,000?
Most of that, Madam Chair, is an increase for workers' comp, but a small portion for unemployment.
And why does the, through the chair, why does the contribution MCH increased by 4 million.
As I mentioned in my presentation, it's probably not enough, Madam Chair.
Okay.
but This is the balance their budget.
It's just, okay, that's what I'm, thank you for that. Okay, just a few more questions. Through the chair, on page 620, finance unallocated revenues, is the FBAL RBD fund balance a new line item for $838,000?
Relatively, Madam Chair, this really is for our baseball stadium, innovative field.
And why do we believe sales taxes will increase by 10 million when we have taken many steps to cut sales taxes, like on clothing and shoes?
Madam Chair, the cut to sales tax on clothing and footwear priced under $110 per item or pair was a great call. Everyone feels it, everyone benefits from it, but frankly, it represents a very small portion of overall sales in Monroe County. So it's barely a blip in our overall revenues. And revenues are projected to grow by the pre-pandemic average of 3.2%.
And through the chair, why do we anticipate the hotel motel tax increase by $150,000 from last year's amended?
So this specific revenue is for Innovative Field, Madam Chair, and my goal is to get the revenue allocations to Innovative Field back to where they were prior to the pandemic, which I'm drawing a blank now, but I think it was $800,000 or $850,000.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, why do we anticipate interest earnings to increase by 9 million?
Well, 23 revenue budget was pretty low, Madam Chair. But frankly, the county is still in custody of a lot of federal ARPA funds.
Mhm.
And plus, we are the beneficiary of a wonderful increase in treasury rates.
And through the chair, why do we anticipate Seneca Nation gaming revenue to increase by $800,000?
Madam Chair, this was a guesstimate for 2023 at 1.6 million. I think the actual revenues came in higher. I'm not going to give a number because it's going to be the wrong number. But it did support budgeting at least $2.4 million for next year.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Franklin, for answering my questions. I appreciate that. And now I just have, through the chair, just a couple of quick questions for Human Resources. Through the chair, on page 437, Human Resources Appropriations, why do salaries increase by $200,000?
It is almost a 13% increase, Madam Chair, but they are adding 2 FTEs, and they have a couple of the upgrades that were approved of all the requests. The bulk of this is really the pay and step increases from our union agreements.
Okay. And through the chair, why does longevity increase by $78,000?
All pursuant to CSEA agreements. As staff hit a certain milestone of tenure, they're entitled to that longevity payment.
Okay. And through the chair, why does travel double and what is planned?
The plan, Madam Chair, is to send more staff to our statewide trainings that are offered for human resources and civil service professional development.
Okay. And through the chair, why do professional services increase by $450,000 And what is being purchased?
Most of that increase, Madam Chair, is from shifting from finance unallocated, the contract management responsibility for our labor relations and our flexible spending, parking, and
Okay. And finally, my last question for Human Resources, through the chair, why do other expenses increase by $50,000?
So other expenses, Madam Chair, relate to what we have to pay New York State Civil Service for exam fees. Monroe County itself does not charge any longer people to take the test, but we still owe New York State for their scoring and their test preparation. 23 budget was pretty low at 41,900. It really represented half the year cost.
Thank you. At this time, I yield the floor.
Legislator Dendorfer.
Thank you. Through the chair, going to cultural and educational services. On page 104, cultural and educational services, libraries, why are basically none of the objectives from last year listed as accomplishments this year? And if they were accomplished, can you please explain?
Madam Chair, I thought we had a rep from our library system. Oh, yes, we do.
Good evening. We had several vacancies last year, which accounts for some of that, and I'm happy to follow up for additional information.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 97, under authorized agencies, you're granting the Avenue Black Box Theater and Garth Fagan Dances $75,000 each. We are excluding many other medium-sized arts organizations which are also in need of funding. Examples: Rochester Community TV, Rochester Contemporary Arts Center, Borinquen Dance Theater, Rochester Latino Theater, and etc. Susan B. Anthony House is receiving $75,000, but Frederick Douglass Family Initiatives is excluded. This appears to be very arbitrary. Can you please explain how these recipients were selected?
Madam Chair, although the list was rattled off pretty quickly, I did pick up a number of those agencies, and they received support from Monroe County's small and mid-sized art support, which is the line budgeted at $1 million. And that is all pursuant to an application process that was rolled out either last year or the year before. 2 years. So at least those agencies that I recognized do have the opportunity and have received county funding in the past. The other entities on this list, I don't know if it was this year I commented. I think it was. If not, it was definitely last year. In my experience, once your agency makes it to this list, rarely do you come off. I can tell you that the exception to coming off has been Lollipop Farm. I did research. They were funded prior, in many decades prior. The last time they were funded by Monroe County was, I think it was 2001. And then in 2002, they had a small contract that was shifted over to public safety. balance of agencies funded here have all in the past at some point reached out to members of your honorable body and lobbied for individual support.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, is there any follow-up on how this money is spent, or is it just once they get this money, they can do so as they see fit? And is there any follow-up with these companies to make sure that they are actually doing good for the community and not wastefully spending the money that we give to them?
Actually, that's a good question, because I'm going to point out, these are not grants, Madam Chair. These are actually contracts. And while we're not purchasing, automobiles or large things from these agencies, they do have to, in exchange for their funding from Monroe County, provide a certain base level of something to Monroe County residents. We do follow up with each of these agencies. They have to submit on an annual basis their either an audited financial statement or a filed tax return, Form 990, that we can follow up. These are all pursuant to County Law 224, which actually requires that these funding be consistent with their maintenance of operations, and that these expenses are actually budgeted for and incurred on an annual basis. And in their annual application to the county, they do provide performance or activity measures, which you'll see starting on page 102.
Just a follow-up on that through you to the administration. Do we have people that actually go out and check on these performance quotas or performance objectives that they are to meet, to see if they actually are, or if they are just sending us in paperwork that says that they're doing A, B, and C, and we're taking them at face value for that?
I can't say that we have contract compliance monitors going through and looking at their performance, but we do check against their published annual reports, which they generally all publish on their own web pages, along with consistency in their federal IRS 990 reporting. I will say, I personally, in my recent past, have attended events at a number of these agencies that are funded. So at least I guess I'll call that a personal site visit on my behalf.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 613, CIE authorized agencies / mid-sized arts and tourism. Why do contributions to agencies increase by $1 million? Is this just to expand the arts allocation? And what are the new organizations receiving funds?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, that is entirely related to the estimated increase in revenues going into 24. And as for the entities that are newly funded, a review of page 97, you will see several entities with zeros for the amended budget for 23 and dollar amounts for 24. Those would be the new entities.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 614, cooperative extension, soil and water districts, why do contributions to agencies increase by $90,000?
For some reason, we hold Cornell and the Soil and Water Conservation District apart from our authorized agencies. Cornell is slated for, I think it's a $27,000 increase over the current year amended budget. That represents a 25% increase from their unamended funding that was proposed in the 23 budget. The Soil and Water Conservation District, I believe, is held flat at $50,000.
Thank you. Moving on to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration, on page 109, DEI 2023 major accomplishments. Comparing to last year's objectives, why were the following not listed as accomplishments this year? Work with departments to track progress of diversity action plans. pursuant to the resolution adopted by this body, isn't each department required to produce a diversity action plan? And can we have a copy of each of those? No worries. On page 109, major accomplishments, comparing last year's objectives, why were the following not listed as accomplishments this year? Work with departments to track progress of diversity action plans pursuant to the resolution adopted by this body. Isn't each department required to produce a diversity action plan?
Yes, that is correct. And they were actually completed. So we have all of the action plans in our office and signed off on by myself and each of the department heads who have completed the diversity action plan.
And thank you. Can we have a copy of those? Are we able to get a copy of those?
I don't see why not.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, pilot the budget equity tool across Monroe County test departments. What does this mean and why was it not accomplished?
The test, madam, was horrible. There were only 3 departments: DES, which actually does one of the better jobs, Department of Human Services, which also does a pretty good job, and Finance, which did a horrible job. Before we put this in the budget book, we'd like to roll a revised version out actually to all departments this coming year. Didn't feel we were going to put that as an objective.
Understood. Thank you. And then through the chair, collaborate with human resources to update and revise people, policies, and processes. What does this mean and why was it not accomplished?
Actually, all of them were not accomplished, but some of them were. Part of that was due to my coming in later in the year and not having the full staff to go through all the rest of the objectives that we had planned.
Thank you. Through the chair. The next one is initiate the process for the ADA self-evaluation and transition plan. What does this mean and why was it not accomplished?
Through the chair, the ADA self-evaluation plan, our office is seeking funding so that we can have someone to come out to do the self-evaluation plan. So that's why it wasn't accomplished.
Thank you. Through the chair. And finally, deploy the DEI employee feedback survey. Was this survey ever deployed?
Through the chair, the survey was not deployed. We do plan on deploying the survey this year.
And do you have any comment on the recent City of Rochester diversity survey?
I'm sorry, I could.
Do you have any comment on the recent City of Rochester diversity survey?
In terms of some of the content that they had asked?
Yes.
Through the chair, that was controversial for a reason. I did. That's not something that I would have asked. There are certain things that I would not have asked in the survey. Nothing that's specific to demographic questions. You're supposed to ask more general open questions that wouldn't be specific to any particular group.
Thank you. Through the chair, then can you just explain briefly what the diversity, equity, and inclusion department does on a day-to-day basis?
Through the chair, to discuss on a day-to-day basis is different every day, but I can break down the general office and what we do. So we have an EO manager who handles any complaints of discrimination, sexual harassment, or general issues when it comes down to equal employment opportunity. Then we have the ADA manager and staff development manager who handles the ADA process, Americans with Disabilities process, and the intake, working with the doctors, working with the employee to see if we can offer reasonable accommodations. Then we have the MWB or supplier diversity, now that we've also added the service disabled veteran owned business program and the minority women business enterprises program to ensure that minority and women-owned businesses and service disabled veteran-owned businesses have opportunities for all county contracts. Then we have the language access coordinator who handles all the translation, including ASL, and translations for any of the languages that are requested, that are needed for events, that are needed for our website information and for other legal aspects. And then we have myself, which is set for strategy, working with the community. We created a community diversity advisory council that includes every culture within the county, German, Italian, African-American, Native American. We also have people that represent organizations that represent people with disabilities, different faiths, so an interfaith group, just so we're hearing from all the constituents in the county to make sure that whatever we're doing is representative of what the county needs. And that also includes homeless advocacy too. I wanted to add that as well. So our goal is, again, to make connections within the community, in particular, make connections within the county employees, to make sure that we are representing, all communities, as we have so many different demographics within the county.
Great, thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 449 DEI appropriations, why does travel increase by 10,000?
Travel increased by 10,000 through the chair, sorry. Part of it is because a lot of the trainings that are offered are no longer going to be offered virtually. And there are trainings that are essential, such as EEOC training. Equal employment opportunity laws change all the time, and they do update trainings every year. And they're so specific that being present for those trainings are very important. Same with ADA, Americans with Disabilities. Laws change, and how employment laws have changed altogether. And making sure that we're up to date with all of those trainings is crucial for our success as a department.
Thank you. Through the chair, then, does that explain why the training non-computer increases by 16,000?
Sorry,
Yeah, is that why the training non-computer line increases by 16,000?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Through the chair, again, on page 449, why do other expenses increase by $25,000 as a new line item?
Yes. Through the chair, one of the initiatives that we had was to work with all of the organizations that we're working with through the Community Advisory Action Committee. And some of that increase is because we were looking to make sure that we're able to be present for events that they're throwing in the community as we ask them to partner with us, as a department and as the county government.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Jump over to the law department. Through the chair to the administration. On page, I believe it was 218 of the 2023 amended, there appears to be a distinction between the general law division, the social services division, and the litigations insurance collections divisions. However, in the 2024 proposed budget, social services and litigation insurance collections are categorized as general law, I believe on page 210. The descriptions of these two divisions appear to be identical. Is there any significance or purpose for the shift in categorization?
Through the chair, you're correct. They are, the descriptions are identical. No, there is no shift. We break down our divisions. So there are 6 divisions sort of broken down on page 210 of the budget. And we would put legal services, which we also sometimes confusingly refer to as general legal services, litigation and social services. under the general law section. Those are what I would sort of classify as the county general counsel functions. And then the other half of the house is the family court side.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, one of the law department's accomplishments in 2023 was providing continued legal support to administration and staff in the Department of Human Services. Did this legal support extend to caseworkers and examiners in the department as well, as the department goals stated in the 2023 adopted budget?
Through the chair, yes. I mean, we have, if you break down which departments our attorneys are supporting, essentially half the law department is supporting human services in one way or another. And so that would include certainly interaction with leadership of the department, on big picture issues, on employment issues, on regulatory compliance issues. And it would also include interaction with the caseworkers, for example, CPS workers, consulting on whether an abuse or neglect petition is appropriate.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, the law department's litigation unit resolved 146 claims during the first 5 months of 2022. However, only 54 claims were resolved during the first 5 months of 2023. Is there a particular reason for this 63% decrease in the resolutions, or have there simply been fewer claims?
Through the chair, unfortunately, there have not been fewer claims. The reason is that the 2022 resolutions were particularly high because we were sort of coming out of a COVID backlog and were able to close a lot of old cases that have been pending for quite some time during that year, whereas now we're back down to what I might describe as a more status quo level.
Thank you. And through the chair, does the number of dismissals achieved through the first 5 months of 2023 constitute an achievement of the litigation unit's major objective to continue seeking dismissal motions wherever practicable?
Through the chair, I think it does. Looking at those numbers, what we mean is we are always going to move aggressively at an early stage of the case if it is appropriate to do so. I think that's one of the benefits that we have of having counsel who, we have experienced litigators who see this similar cases. We know what motions to make. We are often successful at the motion to dismiss stage. And if we're not, our next focus is a motion, what's called a motion for summary judgment after discovery.
Thank you. And through the chair, the law department's juvenile prosecutor's office assumed 345 new cases this year, a 140% increase from 2022. What factors can be attributed to this increase? Was it a result of greater resources and or capabilities, or is this an increase a result of external factors?
Through the chair, I'd like to say that our juvenile prosecutor's office certainly does have strong capabilities, and we have a strong team in part there. But that is a result of external factors. It is specifically a result of the car theft epidemic in Monroe County.
Yeah. In what ways, through the chair, in what ways has the law department worked with law enforcement, probation, and other community groups to steer juveniles away from violent behavior and negative peer groups?
Through the chair, so that essentially summarizes the core mission of the juvenile prosecutor's office. So in particular, we're working day in and day out with the probation department, who has a statutory role in the adjudication of juvenile delinquents. We also, as I mentioned, as the car thefts in particular have increased over the last year, we have strengthened our partnerships with law enforcement really across the county, all the agencies. There are some challenges in juvenile court and family court where we need to make sure that we get sworn affidavits, for example, versus here we can't rely on hearsay. So we've worked closely with law enforcement, given the increased importance of making sure we can prosecute these serious cases. We also participate on a number of sort of joint panels where we're sitting down to collaborate with folks.
Thank you. And the next question has probably 4 sub-questions to it. Through the chair, could you elaborate on the purpose, development, and implementation of the new process with DHS regarding implementation of a public defender family court grant? And I believe there was, number 1 was how much was the grant for? Who would be eligible for the grant? And I can repeat these. Who is providing the grant? And how many awards of this grant will be provided?
Through the chair, let me respond as I can, and I'll have to partly defer to the public defender's office. So the public defender is the recipient of that grant. So our children's services office has, so the purpose of that grant, as I understand it, and I'll certainly let the public defender's office describe it to you now or later as appropriate. The purpose of that grant is to provide pre-petition representation to families. So before necessarily we file an abuse or neglect case. So what we're alluding to here in our goals and accomplishments is our children's services unit, which are the folks representing caseworkers in abuse and neglect cases, putting processes in place so that they're ready to interact with the public defender's office with respect to that grant.
Hi.
Hi.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah.
I thought it was for him.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Could you elaborate on the purpose, development, and implementation of the new process with DHS regarding implementation of a public defender family court grant? And then the question was, the sub-questions were through the chair, of course, how much is the grant? Who would be eligible for the grant? Who is providing the grant? And how many awards of this grant will be provided?
I'm going to have to get back to you
And
with
that's
those
fine.
details.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Pardon? Oh, yeah. Through the chair, it's our assessment that this public defender family court grant represents a tangible accomplishment of the Children's Services Unit's 2023 adopted goal to continue to assist the Department of Human Services to develop improved processes to achieve safety and permanency for children in the family court system. As this goal is repeated in the 2024 proposed budget, have any similar concrete objectives been conceived to once again achieve this goal?
Through the chair, I think since this is still a relatively new process, it really is the same goal. We have made staffing adjustments. We have worked with the public defender's office, I think effectively, in being able to resolve some of these cases. So I think it just remains an ongoing, relatively new development that we are working on.
Thank you. Couple of quick appropriation questions. Through the chair on page 435, under law appropriations, salaries increased by 300,000. Are these just standard increases or any other?
Madam Chair, all the standard collective bargaining pay and step increases.
And through the chair, software licenses increased by 300,000. Is this a new program that is costing this additional, this funding?
So some of this is a little bit of a shift. It is for their new case management system. But previously, money was budgeted in supplies and materials as computer software. I'm sorry, software licenses or computer equipment maintenance?
Software is, I thought we had software licenses increased by 300,000.
Yep, most of that is, the bulk of that increase relates to their case management system. It's the ballpark guess, $280,000, but as I said, there was a shift. Previously, budget was in supplies and materials on the line computer software. It has been moved up to the contractual services category.
Thank you. And then a couple of personnel questions. Through the chair, what is the proposed responsibility of a senior I'm sorry, yeah. What is the proposed responsibility of a senior trial assistant?
Through the chair. So you may be noting, I believe in last year's allocated positions, there were 2 senior trial assistants and 4 trial assistants. Now the proposal is 3 of each. That is a position unique to our Children's Services division. So back to, again, we're talking about the folks who are responsible for filing abuse and neglect petitions on behalf of children of CPS. So that shift is an assessment of the work they do. That is really a very important professional position where, because those lawyers are in court much of the time, those folks are taking the first draft effort of those petitions. And so looking at the resources we needed to allocate to that office, having 3 people at the senior level allows us to attract and retain the senior paraprofessional level people we need for that important role.
Through the chair, it appears the establishment of this, I'm sorry. Through the chair, what is the proposed responsibility of a senior legal secretary 1? How does this position differ from a regular legal secretary 1?
Through the chair, that is also a position change in our Children's Services group. We've already been speaking about the Public Defender's Family Support Grant. The person in so the Senior Legal Secretary 1 title was an existing civil service title. In assessing the role of the person who would take that position, she was really already performing all of those duties. She is the lead secretary for, in fact, Children's Services is the largest unit in the law department. She is the senior secretary in that group, and she is also taking on additional responsibilities supporting the Children's Services attorneys with respect to the Public Defender Grant.
Thank you very much. And my final question, through the chair, the 2023 adopted budget projected a total of $4,035,000 in recoveries through the General Social Services Division. However, in the 2024 proposed budget, that total for 2023 is now estimated to be $6,643,912 in recoveries. What factors resulted in this 64% increase, and how has this increase affected the workload of employees in the litigations collections division?
And through the chair, I'm sorry, we're referring to the is the question about the litigation collections or general social services collections?
Social services collections.
Thank you. Through the chair, that amount can be variable based on if there is a large recovery. For example, if someone has a large, the personal injury recovery can vary quite a lot. If someone who DHS has a claim against suddenly recovers substantial resources, we can have a large recovery. Otherwise, we could hum along for quite some time without as large a recovery. So revised up-to-date 2023 numbers are looking good, looking like it will be a year of substantial recoveries. The 2024, we've sort of, our estimate is sort of regressing to the mean a little bit compared to 2022 actuals. But I don't think there's any big dramatic thing that happened. I think there's some pretty substantial natural variability there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate all of your input, and I yield the floor.
Any other questions? Legislator Barnhart.
Through the chair to the administration, first, I want to thank Mr. Franklin for his presentation, particularly on the projected fund balance. I really appreciated that. I would also would appreciate an answer to my email, as you heard the reference to the amendment by the speaker. So thank you very much. I'm going to start with Human Services. First, I noticed that there's an increase in examiner positions. I'm wondering if you can explain whether those positions will be processing applications for SNAP benefits and cash assistance benefits, and if this could perhaps speed up the processing of those applications.
Good evening, Denise Reed from the Monroe County Department of Human Services. Through the chair, can you please repeat the question?
Yes, sure. So I noticed that there's an increase in examiner positions in the budget. As a side note, it would be great if Monroe County did what the city of Rochester did and had year-to-year comparisons of by title. So I looked in the 2023 budget and I looked in the 2024 budget, and it appears that there are 19 added positions for examiners. My understanding that they're the ones who determine eligibility. So my question is, I guess, why are we adding these positions, and could they potentially help with the processing of applications for benefits?
Thank you. Through the chair. So we are adding positions, some to make up for some positions that we've lost in the past. But indeed, because we need additional examiners, they are the staff who process public benefit applications. And it is our intent that they would help us with case processing, depending on what work group, which means public benefit area, has the vacancies. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, is there any other plan that we can see in this budget, or any other plan for spending in order to improve the processing times experienced by applicants?
Through the chair. Not in the budget proper, but there are lots of things happening in the department and particularly in the Division of Financial Assistance to try to improve processing times. There are lots of ways to first define processing times. There are delays that are what we might call agency caused. There might be delays that are applicant caused delays. There might be other types of delays, procedural delays. So we do focus on agency caused delays, and some of the delays we're experiencing are related to staffing. We were the beneficiary of the help waiver in 2023, April, I believe, of 2023. And we have hired a considerable number of examiners, over 100 since February of 2023. And we still have vacancies. And so we are currently hiring through the end of the anticipated end of the help waiver, which will be the first quarter of 2024. And so in addition to hiring, though, because that does not solve an immediate issue, it takes a person quite a while to become actually effective in case processing. We use examiners from other positions depending on where the backlogs are. So people shift around from work area as they have expertise. And of course, as has been discussed here previously, we do use considerable amount of overtime to have additional staff processing cases. We also have per diems. We added that this year, which is something we've never had before in the division. And we also utilize temps with the caveat that particularly for new staff and for temps, they still require a considerable amount of training, so they don't give us an immediate relief of backlog, where per diems do, because they are people who previously worked for the department and may have resigned or retired and agree to come back, and they don't require training because they used to do the job previously. Through the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Through the chair to the administration, speaking of overtime, is it the policy to restrict overtime? Meaning, is there an overtime budget? If you see that applications are, that you have this backlog, how willing are you to expend overtime dollars to speed things along?
It's a, through the chair, it's a basic tenet of how we operate. Not necessarily restricting overtime. We do have an overtime budget. I'm sure Mr. Franklin can tell you about how much we've exceeded it by, because it's been considerable. However, I'll go back to saying that we've hired 105 people. Usually new staff do not have enough capacity to do overtime. They're learning their job, they're not able to. So the number of examiners that we have available to do overtime is limited by the fact that they might be new. So we do use a lot of overtime. The financial assistance director receives requests for overtime. We make some distinction between what right, straight and premium overtime. But I will say, just from a, standpoint of health and wellness, we cannot expect to make up backlogs or vacancies by asking people to work so much overtime. We recently received the information from HR for overtime for our division, and it is considerable.
Can I just tag team in, because I want to make sure the members understand, Federation of Social Workers, Denise alluded to this, but didn't say it. They work a 35-hour work week. Their first 5 hours of overtime are either paid or comp at the employee's choice. And then overtime, say 40 to 45 hours would be that time and a half. I just want to point that out.
Through the chair. I don't know if there was additional parts of
Thank
that
you.
question,
I guess-
but through the chair.
I really appreciate that context. I was aware of the Federation of Social Workers arrangement of the 35 hours, and then they do the next 5 hours at regular time or comp time, and then after that, it's time and a half. Through the chair to the administration, and they would frankly like more overtime though. Through the chair to the administration, what does closing the logs mean?
Through the chair. Closing the logs means that our offices are open, and this is in reference to our 691 St. Paul Street location, where all of our intake, housing, SNAP, and undercare care management and benefit cards are issued. We have a log. When people walk into 691 St. Paul Street, they come through the magnetometers, they enter the waiting room, they wait in line for the front windows. And if they want to be seen, quote unquote, in person, they have to do what we call log in, so that someone in the building knows that they're there. I heard through the chair, I heard the legislator reference people wanting to work more overtime, but we don't have very many people who want to stay past 5 p.m. To see clients. And we also have security in the waiting room, and the waiting room closes at a certain time. So to avoid individuals there until 6 or 7 o'clock, we have a cutoff for our log. So while our building remains open until you can walk in until 4, and the waiting room remains open until 5, or until everyone who got in before 4 p.m. is seen, there is a time that we close the log, essentially, which means that the number of people on the log is such that if we accept more people onto the log, people will not leave at their appointed time. They may have to pick their kids up from school or something else. So we don't mandate staff in a way that some other entities might. And so we have to make sure that we have cleared the waiting room, so that the people who work in the waiting room, or the security, or the staff that see clients can leave on time. So that's what close the log means. Standardly, it's a set time, usually 3 p.m. Some days it can close earlier depending on the volume of people that we have in the waiting room, because again, we cannot mandate staff to stay to see individuals in the waiting room. So we have to have essentially a cutoff that we cannot log more people in to be seen. While our building is open, our waiting room remain open, people might not be logged in to be seen after a certain time. There are some caveats if there's an emergency, some other things, but for the most part, standard logs would close they do have a closing time, so to speak, through the chair.
To the chair, to the administration, thank you for explaining what closing the logs mean. It's my understanding that if I were to come in after you close the logs and need emergency shelter with my children, you'll tell me to call the after hours line. Is that standard practice?
Through the chair, yes.
And you, through the chair to the administration, in order to avoid that from happening, you're saying you would need more staff or more people willing to work overtime, or more overtime funding, or all three?
Jump in, the department has funding to work overtime. We are very flexible with Department of Human Services. So if there are vacancies resulting in a saving in salaries, they turn around and expend it on overtime.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration. On page 177, the county estimates monthly housing placements are going up by about 15%. Can you account for this estimated increase?
Through the chair. um, So emergency housing placements have, after a low in 2020 during the pandemic, they have increased each year since the pandemic, mostly related to just fallout from the pandemic. Excuse me. We see increased evictions in city court. And as people are unable to resolve, resolve the eviction positively, are faced with eviction by the marshal, don't find some place to move to because the housing market is so tight, then we see increased individuals applying. We also see people with income repeatedly applying. I think we heard one of the public speakers very accurately describe what happens. Individuals come into shelter, they leave shelter, they think they found someone to stay with or found some satisfactory arrangement that falls apart, they have to come back. The numbers are not unduplicated. So they could be one person 15 times in a year that comes back because they don't have a resolution that results in them not needing to come back into shelter placement. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, is the county confident that it can meet the need, this increased need for emergency housing next year?
Well, through the chair, I can't predict such. However, there are many things that we're working on. As you know, the county does not provide shelter services. We pay for shelter services. We don't provide shelter services. We have issued, I think I've said this before, in previous years, we did an RFP for housing once every 5 years. In the past 5 years, we've done it multiple times a year on trying to introduce new providers into this space. It's not a matter of funding. These are public assistance funds. It really is a matter of capacity from shelter providers. We're doing something in 2024 that we've never done before, which is seeking our own leased space for a shelter. Again, we don't operate it, so we still have procured a vendor, but these are the kinds of things that we're trying to do to meet the demand that we expect. Partnering with hotels, while that is not ideal, remains the overflow, so to speak. It's, again, not ideal, but those are the types of partnerships that we're working on. We're also working with many community organizations, the COC and others, to try to back up and figure out ways to preserve housing. We have eviction prevention funding. As some members of this committee may know, we spent the past 2.5 years, issuing emergency rental assistance funding in the amount of approaching $50 million. And it still has not been sufficient to stem the housing issues that we have in our community. So it requires significant community collaboration, and we are consistently looking for new providers and willing to work with people who want to work with us to provide sheltering options for public benefit recipients. Through the chair.
You, through the chair to the administration, I'm glad you mentioned rental assistance. Monroe County has been a standout in New York State for quickly getting rental assistance dollars into the hands of people. So your staff has done an amazing job doing that. And that leads into my next question. Project Anchor seems to be a point of pride for the county. I've heard excellent things about Project Anchor. It's funded by the state. The county contributes money as well. There's a huge demand for Project Anchor's services, but you're capped, right? I mean, the county can't increase the budget for Project Anchor. It is highly regulated by the state. This is it, right?
Through the chair. So a couple of things. The rental supplement program is a program of New York State. It was allocated 2 state budgets ago. We received $3 million in rental supplement funding. It is locally administered by Catholic Charities for us under the Project Anchor moniker. It is highly regulated by the state with certain eligibility criteria and FMR caps. It is a program that, when fully operational, will serve about 300 families. And at this time, that is correct that the county wouldn't add money to those state dollars. We'll say it's a highly prescribed, administrative heavy application process. And I'm sure that members of this committee have heard people struggling to get through the process because even with the voucher, some people that are in Project Anchor with the promise of the voucher continue to have issues finding housing with that voucher. So again, we do hope to eventually serve about 300 people through the Project Anchor funding. The state has promised each year at least the same allocation, but there is the possibility that in the state budget, we may receive additional funds. We have received the same amount for the past 2 years, but it's our understanding locally that we could receive funds if other counties don't use theirs or expend theirs. So we are trying to stabilize the program, make sure that we can continue to accept applications through the chair. As you mentioned, it's a highly in demand program. And so the way to try to overcome any kind of oversubscription is to really try to limit the people entering the program. And I don't mean that in a way to prevent access, but to limit the number of applications at one time so that people aren't waiting for decisions for a very long time. So it is just a really balance. We're trying to strike a real balance through the vendor. The vendor is operating this program, but we're meeting with them frequently to try to maximize the funding and really get people using the subsidy.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, I think this is my last human services question. Heard a lot from speakers and organizations like the Children's Agenda and Empire Justice Center about the state's shelter rent allowance, which hasn't changed in 20 years. Monroe County does not provide any money over that shelter rent allowance to people, does it?
Through the chair, Mr. Franklin reminded me just one other thing I wanted to say about Project Anchor. I mentioned that we want to serve 300 families in that program. We're currently at about half capacity. And so I wanted to just acknowledge that because it speaks to the difficulty that we have in trying to balance getting people into the program, people complying, people finding housing, even with the voucher. So I just wanted to go back and make sure I say that. So we do have room in that program at this time and continue to accept applications for that program through the chair. The current question regarding shelter allowance, that is correct. The entire public assistance grant, including the shelter allowance, is state prescribed. We don't have local funds that we contribute to increasing the public assistance benefit. In Monroe for approximately 7 years, we have had a TANF shelter supplement. It was created with some barriers, restrictions, might be a better word, that prevent wide use of the TANF supplement. And if there is no, I shouldn't say that, because even if there is, we are actually currently in discussions. The state recently started accepting and approving additional shelter supplement plans, and we are in discussions to update our plan, our current TANF plan. Monroe County does not have a safety net shelter supplement plan. But at this point, we are discussing the current TANF shelter supplement and what changes need to be made to that in order to make it more palatable for recipients. The current shelter supplement has a 1-year cap. And as you might imagine, through the chair, a landlord would want to know what happens after the year. And so it's not a widely used shelter supplement at this time, through the chair.
That DHS did apply twice to New York State for a safety net assistance rental supplement program. It was denied each time by the state.
The chair to the administration, Mr. Franklin, when you say you applied, was that for state dollars or using local dollars?
Madam Chair, it was state dollars because it was pursuant to the open case.
And through the chair to the administration, Ms. Reed, when you talked about TANF dollars, those are federal dollars, right? I guess what I'm getting at is we're not using local dollars to supplement rent.
Madam Chair, TANF is 100% federally funded. I will correct myself. Regardless of regular rent or a rent supplement, a safety net program would come with partial reimbursement by the state. So there would be local dollars, 29%.
Thank you. I'd like to.
9%.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the answers to your questions. I'd like to move on to the sheriff's office. I just have a few questions there. I noticed, again, having to take out the budget book from 2023 to 2024 and turning to the personnel pages, it looks like the number of jailers increases significantly from 417 to 522, but I also noticed that court officer positions, I couldn't find those, so I'm just wondering what is going on there.
Through the chair, I'm sorry. Could you just repeat the question?
Sorry, I'm sorry. So I noticed that the number of jailers increased significantly, and I also noticed that the number of court officer positions kind of went away. And I'm wondering if you combined them or what happened there.
Through the chair, that is exactly what we did. We were
Okay.
able to get them trained and combine them this year.
Understood. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, why is the sheriff anticipating a 7% increase in the jail census?
Through the chair, I know that this question comes up every year, and every year it's been 800, and you always ask why we were going to get to 800, and this year our census was 800. So
we're starting to see more trials, and so we're just making that guess going out there that with more trials could come more inmates to follow up. So we're just trying to be prepared.
Thank you. All set with the sheriff's questions. And then finally, I'd like to move on to public safety. How much money has been budgeted for the Special Protective Security Group?
Through the chair, in regards to that particular detail, a budget allocation was anecdotally identified since this is the first year that we have actually operated that procedure. And we are 6 months into that from that particular budget allocation for the deputy sheriffs that's been assigned, the deputy sheriff that's been assigned to that.
Okay, how much money for 2024 through the chair has been budgeted for the Special Protective Security Group?
Madam Chair, we don't actually have a discrete fund center for which costs are accumulated and budgeted. This is part and parcel, and I'll let the director chime in, part and parcel to job assignments.
For the chair, that is correct. We don't have a particular identified hours of allocation per week, as this is as needed basis assignment.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, do you anticipate probation officers being used in the Special Protective Security Group in 2024?
Through the chair, we do not, unless there's special circumstances associated, but that would not be a regular assignment that we would utilize those personnel for.
The chair to the administration. So the dignitary on-call list that was provided to me through an open records request months after I made that request, you're saying that's out of date?
Chair, can you repeat the last portion of that for me, please?
Are you saying, through the chair, that the dignitary on-call list, which was made up of a majority of personnel from the probation department, is that list out of date?
Through the chair, the records that were produced in response to the open records request are the existing records that were responsive to the request. That was a personnel schedule that was in fact responsive to the request.
The chair to the administration, in all my experience with FOIL, that means it was responsive to the request at the time that I made it, which was back in August. Through the chair to the administration, come January, will the dignitary protection on-call list have probation staff on the list?
Through the chair, that is not our intent for 2024.
Through the chair to the administration, if probation officers are used in 2024, will they be paid on overtime for the security detail?
Through the chair, depending upon the circumstances of the detail, that may be possible, but they would not be pulled away from any of their regular assigned duties, as we're in compliance with OPCA standards.
Through the chair to the administration, if they are paid on overtime, what is the overtime code that they have been using? What is the reason that they put down for that overtime?
Chair, we're not sure there's actually a reason code entered in SAP, so we're gonna have to follow up and respond.
The chair to the administration, I would really appreciate that. There's a reason I'm asking. Through the chair to the administration, how many probation officer positions are vacant?
Can you repeat the last portion of that question for me,
Sure.
please, through the chair?
The chair, how many probation officer positions are vacant?
Through the chair, 9 vacancies.
I think this is my final question on the topic. Through the chair to the administration, do you anticipate that the public safety director, deputy public safety director, and assistant public safety director will provide security detail services for the county executive in 2024?
Through the chair, that is a possibility.
Chair, to the administration, I'm assuming that those are not overtime eligible positions.
Through the chair, you are correct.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess. Everybody, please could be seated. We're going to go back to the questions during the budget presentation. Legislator Mafucci?
Madam Chairperson, since I did attend most of the committees, either virtually or in person, I had some questions. They were asked by other people. I just have a couple questions. Thank you very much. Through you to the administration. First, I appreciated my colleague's question about the county's increasing credit rating. How does the fund balance, through you to the administration, how does fund balance impact our credit rating and fiscal stress score? And why might that be important?
Madam Chair, at least for, I will say, Fitch Ratings and Moody's Investor Service, because we have not, for the past several years, met with them formally ahead of a bond issuance for a bond-specific rating. Even though we have a lot of discussion, both in advance through email and in a conference call, frankly, most of their rating is largely formulaic. And I would say over the past 5 years, fund balance has become a heavier weighted criteria in their overall rating formula. So as Monroe County's fund balance has improved, so has our score within their own proprietary systems. We do meet annually formally with Standard & Poor's prior to a bond issuance. So the conversation is much more, say, robust. And we get quite detailed into existing fund balances and plans for what happens if we have too much or too little, respective of our policy. But I think each of the rating agencies has commented publicly in their published reports on the rating opinion for Monroe County. All 3 of the major rating agencies have specifically cited improved fund balance for the county as one of the driving factors.
Question about the comptroller's fiscal stress.
Our fiscal stress, yes. Oh, I'm sorry, did I cut you off? Not that long ago, we had been, according to the comptroller's score, the designation is significantly fiscally stressed. But each year for the past 5 years, we've had improvements. We now have no designation, which is actually good. It's kind of like golf, lower score is better. I will say Moody's Investor Service and Standard & Poor's, we spent a lot of time discussing the comptroller's report, his assessment of fiscal instability, fiscal stress. So when we were more heavily scored, and again, higher score is bad, I think the conversations were a little more in depth. Now that we have no designation, it is more of a checkbox. Are we at no designation? Yes or no?
Through to the chair to the administration, historically, how has unused fund balance been appropriated?
I think that's kind of a loaded question, Madam Chair, because historically Monroe County has not had fund balance. I would say since I arrived, fund balance has predominantly slowly increased. There were 2 years where there was a slight reduction, but there was a reason behind that. One, back in 2018 was the first year we started paying our annual pension bill on the customary date of December 15th rather than the extended date of February 1st. And that actually caused a $7.9 million shift in fund balance from unassigned to non-spendable because it represents a prepaid expense. And in 2021,
I'm sorry, in 2018, Monroe County bought a $2 million bond from the Airport Authority as an investment. It was a negotiated deal with comptroller's approval so that we can get a fair rate and the authority gets a cheaper rate. But that's $2 million bond, like the pension, caused a shift from unassigned to non-spendable. Other than that, fund balance has been a slow growth, except COVID changed that when the fund balance, general fund surplus has been much more dramatic, more on the scale of 40, 50, 60 million. Unused fund balance really had not been previously planned to be used. We kept, towards the front of the book, we have a financial strategy section, and we kept increasing the financial strategy of having an upper and lower threshold for fund balance. So I guess that was how a growing fund balance was used. So it wasn't spent, it was reflected as a strategy. With the current formally adopted fund balance policy, it's a little more cut and dry. It's a 10% threshold of the all funds budget. So now that we have a formal benchmark, now we, as we saw earlier this year, July and August, started formulating actual plans for what we're doing it. Strategy has been to support, strategy has been to use assigned fund balance to support multi-years of retention bonuses, off-contract pay raises, and our collective bargaining settlements. That has actually been favorably received by Standard & Poor's. That you never want to use fund balance. Fund balance is a one-time appropriation. You never want to use a one-time appropriation for an ongoing expense like pay raises, but they appreciated that the strategy behind the assignment of fund balance was to use it over the course of 3 to 4 years to give the budget time to catch up.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration. Already answered this question, but is the projected 13.32 higher than normal, lower than normal?
Pertaining to my presentation, correct?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I guess I have to answer that question that it is not typical because this county did not typically have a fund balance nor a policy against which measured our fund balance. I guess I will say in my previous comment, as a fiscal strategy, we did keep increasing our upper and lower thresholds for the fund balance we wanted to have. That has been predominantly how we use fund balance. So to have fund balance in excess of a target has been atypical.
Last question through the chair to the administration. County has an ambitious capital improvement plan. Know the costs of projects are rising, labor, unassigned fund balance be utilized to offset rising costs.
So that is going to be really tricky, Madam Chair. Thing you asked this because another colleague of yours routinely asked about our capital improvement program and the constant referrals that come before this body about increasing. The way we have used fund balance is a little more strategic than that. Try to use fund balance to not borrow, not bond for our capital projects, for those projects that are annually recurring of roughly the same dollar amount every year to avoid the issuance costs and the associated interest. So that's why the cash capital funding in this capital improvement program has gone from 0 to about $81 million. Intent was to reduce the borrowed, but as the legislator mentioned, Madam Chair, the projects keep coming in, and ever since COVID, everything is coming in over estimate. Yes, I think our fund balance, just like the fiscal strategy used to say, the fund balance suggests that fund balance in excess of our policy should be used for debt reduction, tax stability. Yeah, there's one more. I could cheat and look, but yeah, so debt reduction is an option for excess fund balance.
Franklin, I sincerely appreciate.
Legislator Colby.
Thank you. I'm gonna go to the clerk's office, the county clerk's office. Through the chair on the page 343, the 2023 major objective section of last year's adopted budget. The goal of the downtown operations division was to begin a security improvement project and better record storage in the county office building. Through the chair, what procedure changes were indicated to improve this better storage record?
Through the chair, there was a couple different steps that were taken. Some are more detailed in the annual report that was provided to legislators. The first was our customer service staff was all moved to behind our fixed metal counter. So our back records room in 107 no longer has staff in a unsecured space. Everyone is now behind our fixed marble counter. In addition, there's been some construction work going on in the basement of the building regarding some work to prepare for receiving some offsite historical files. We've also done reorganization of several years worth of court files in the basement, which led to some work. We had some demolition, some reorganizing, and new shelves that are currently also being purchased as well. But a lot of those are ongoing projects.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 344 of the 2023 adopted budget, a major objective of the downtown operation facility was to increase U.S. passport outreach, working with colleges. This is not listed as a major accomplishment for the division in this year's proposed budget. What is the reason for this not being achieved?
Through the chair, this was an objective that was achieved, but it's still ongoing. It's also reviewed in our annual report. We were successful in bringing in one new higher education institution, the U of R, as a partner for passport outreach. We're currently in conversations with several local school districts, in addition to SUNY Brockport, who's also indicated interest. So it is expected in 2024 that we will have some additional. This was excluded as an accomplishment because it really will be an ongoing rolling objective of the office.
Through the chair, on the same page of the 23 adopted budget, a major objective of the downtown operations was to work with United Citizens, state citizens, and immigration services to bring back naturalization ceremonies to the county office building. This is not listed as a major accomplishment for this division in this year's budget. What is the reason for that?
Through the chair, it was just excluded. It was accomplished, as a lot of our colleagues in our legislative staff offices know. Actually, we were having these meetings. They were scheduled by USCIS the second Tuesday of every month, which fell upon the normal county legislature meetings. It was just removed from the accomplishments only because we felt that there were other things that we wanted to highlight. But it was an accomplishment that has succeeded, and we will be continuing that into the next year.
To the chair, reference to the 2023 major accomplishment section of the county proposed budget on page 344. What changes to the clean slate legislation was the clerk seeking?
Through the chair, There was some lobbying efforts from the New York State Association of County Clerks regarding some liability concerns and reporting with the new clean slate, which will automatically seal certain eligible criminal records after a certain amount of time has been served and not an individual has not reoffended. We were successful in getting those included in the legislation that was signed by the governor. So we are now looking at working with OCA as they're preparing to build the system with several other law enforcement agencies and other reporting agencies to being prepared to receive this information that will lead to the automatic sealing of those criminal records when they're deemed to be eligible.
And this might be a follow-up, it might not be, through the chair, reference in the 2023 accomplishments section. Who was the new vendor selected for record management and why was this change necessary? You want the page?
Through the chair, while an award in that is imminent, it currently hasn't been provided yet, so I can't comment as it's an ongoing RFP process.
I assume it'll be coming before us in the near future. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Through the chair, referring to the 2023 major accomplishment section of the county budget, what went into the decisions making the process to establish a pistol permit newsletter?
Through the chair, with the passage of the Carry Concealed Improvement Act, that led to many new statutory changes for pistol permit applicants, for new applicants, but also existing pistol permit holders. That was one of the main reasons why there was a very short implementation time for that law, which led to the need to try to have more frequent communications. And we encouraged residents that were interested in those changes to sign up for that newsletter. We've passed the majority of those statutory deadlines and changes. So there's been less activity with that communications effort, but in the time through the chair, but my recollection is that from the time that the Carry Concealed Improvement Act was signed, there was about 2 months for its implementation, which had a lot of law enforcement agencies, in addition to county clerks, scrambling a little bit to making sure we were implementing it correctly. But we were successful in doing that.
Through the chair, how many copies were sent out, do you know, of the newsletter?
Through the chair, it was a digitally based, but we can follow up with the number of people that signed up.
How many people signed up? So through the chair, this did not involve or did not occur a cost of printing or sending out a newsletter with mail postage of any type.
Through the chair, there was minimal because we did provide a mail-in option. We had some individuals that would come up to the counter and say that they didn't primarily use email and they wanted to receive it. So there was a small number we did print out, but it was a very nominal cost.
And through the chair, how were pistol permit people made aware that this newsletter was available to them?
Through the chair, at the time of the statutory deadlines, there was a number of efforts made with local media to get the word out. In addition, we talked with our customers. We promoted it on our website. I was fortunate to meet with Scope, and we shared that with their members as well. But we went through all the different avenues that we had to let folks know that this was available.
And I've heard back that they appreciated the newsletter. Through the chair, referring to the 2023 major accomplishments, one of the goals of the Auto License Bureau was to complete a project to upgrade and modernize the Arundecoyt DMV, including access to the county fiber optics network. These reservation appear to include a relocation of the Arundecoyt DMV according to the major accomplishments. Was this decision to relocate made more recently, or was it always a component of the Auto Bureau's stated objectives? I go to the legal department.
Apologies through the chair. I swear I was listening. Through the chair, we do have a signed lease and it is our goal to move into the spring to a new Arundecoit location. Not sure if that fully answered your question.
Was this decision to make the relocation, it was more recent, but was it always a component of the auto license division stated objectives? Was it always considered to be part of that project?
Through the chair, yes. Previously, we had also successfully relocated the Henrietta branch. At the time of that project, the goal was always to have the two oldest branches be reviewed to look at whether we could modernize them in our existing footprints or if relocation was necessary. For both, we really did ultimately decide that relocation would be optimal for the needs that we have. But the Arundecoit branch took a little bit longer in that planning process.
Through the chair, when do you expect the Arundecoit branch relocation to be completed?
Through the chair in the spring.
Through the chair, was the Auto License Bureau Division able to work with the city of Rochester, the county probation, human services, and other departments and local non-for-profits to expand the public outreach of events to help Monroe County residents receive a New York State issued ID?
Through the chair, I would like to say yes, but that is going to be an ongoing and long-term effort of the county clerk's office. We've had a very successful year currently working with partners in the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, where we've actually been able to process 177 transactions in the jail for individuals that are currently incarcerated, with the goal with them being able to have a New York State issued ID by the time of their release. We've also had successful programs with Autism Up, Lifespan, Project Homeless, Trillium Health, Compeer. We are currently working with several other non-for-profits that have reached out to us with interest as well about hosting these online sites. Through the chair, what I would like to add is that the model that we currently use with our partners in the sheriff's office is much more involved than just coming in and setting up shop, as is with a regular mobile DM location. The work that's done in advance takes a lot of time to do the prep work to make sure that we can identify the needs for the individuals that are currently working with those agencies to get them to their goals of either getting their abstract, identifying points that they need, reinstituting an ID, or obtaining access to an ID. And a lot of that takes a significant amount of staff work prior to us going to a location and implementing a mobile unit. It's hard to quantify that because it depends on the needs of the individuals that are provided to us in advance. It's been a very successful model that we've currently, as I've said, worked with the sheriff's office, and we're very excited to continue to bring it to a number of other areas in the community.
Through the chair, for the coming year, how confident is the administration in the clerk's office, automobile license bureau division ability to rebrand, renew New York, or renew Monroe to encourage Monroe County residents to process DMV transactions online?
Through the chair, we're extremely confident, and we would also ask the support of members of this body and other community officials to help us with that message. With the new revenue sharing formula that the state has changed for the first time in about 30 years, all counties that currently act as agents of the state will now see a flat 10.75% for all DMV transactions that are processed for county residents, whether they're online or in person. So if I renew my car registration online, Monroe County will see the same financial revenue that we would have if I walked into a branch. It does decrease percentage-wise slightly what the prior retention percentage was for an in-person transaction, but the onlines are going from 3.75% after a $9 million threshold to 10.75% starting day one with the first transaction. And it's going to be a significant opportunity for us to not only allow residents to use DMV services as it meets their needs, whether it is to stay home and utilize online services or come into the branch. But our hope is that the more that we encourage folks to utilize those state online services, it reduces the amount of people physically walking through a branch, which helps us reduce wait times, which helps us improve overall customer service that residents will see when they do walk through a branch.
Through the chairman. If somebody goes to a neighboring county, do we still retain any of that money, or does that county receive all the money?
Through the chair, that county receives the money.
If somebody does it online and designates the other county, will it come to us or will it go to that county?
Through the chair, it's based off of the residency of the transactions of the individual. So if they're registering a car and their information is for Monroe County, they're a Monroe County resident, Monroe County will see that revenue.
To the chair, it was listed a major accomplishment, which it was, to reopen some of the Mobile V sites in the village of Brockport, my hometown, town of Ogden, in the village of East Rochester. This was great. Do you continue to bring back the Mobile V department in the near future to a bigger level or to the same level it was before?
Through the chair, we do not anticipate the mobile DMV program to go to the level it was prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, simply because if those units and those staff are out at our peak times during branch operations or every single weekday as they previously were, it would eliminate the opportunity for us to do the work that we're currently doing with community agencies to help individuals and vulnerable populations access state IDs and other DMV services. We're trying to use the vision of the mobile DMV to balance the needs of our community, to not only help meet the convenience needs for some of our residents, but also we've continued to hear very frequently from a number of community agencies that access to an ID is a significant barrier for individuals. Access to a state-issued photo ID is a significant barrier for individuals trying to seek help or to better their lives. And it is not necessarily a physical distance that barrier airs, but the state rules and regulations that unfortunately are completely outside of my jurisdiction are very cumbersome, very complex and confusing. And individuals, particularly in a vulnerable state, have a very hard time navigating them, which is why that wraparound approach we're doing with community agencies has been such a successful model. But the more that we deploy that mobile unit to all of the suburban sites, the less opportunities we have to create those other impacts. The only other thing I would like to add, again through the chair, is that every agency or community partner or town that has requested to host a mobile DMV, that request has been met. We've either had a successful event, a successful recurring partnership, or we are currently underway with one in the future.
One of the reasons when we met with you over the years, last couple of years, is you were having trouble with your equipment through the state of New York to run the mobile Ds. Have you gotten that equipment?
Through the chair, we have. Through the chair, I would like to add that with now, it's not been quite a year that Brockport, Ogden, and East Rochester have been operating, but through the chair, we're averaging less than 30 people a day at most of these sites. I think one of the things we have identified is that as a lot of different aspects of life post-pandemic, a number of people have changed their behaviors as to the way that they would have processed something in the past. I think the pandemic was a opportunity. A lot of people utilized the appointment system at DMVs, utilized online services. A lot of people utilized online services for a number of different facets of their life, and they found a different way of processing the work they used to process. Through the chair, I'll just simply add, we're not seeing the amount of volume at the current sites that we ever experienced in the past.
Well, that's because on the west side, my residents go to Orleans County now. What is your current staffing levels and what is your current vacancies?
Through the chair, I believe we have 6 total vacancies, but I can double check and follow up with you on that. I would need to check through the chair, we have a number of part-time positions that the same title goes for both of our divisions, but I would want to verify because I assume this is specific to the Auto License Bureau.
Through the chair, on page 445 of the clerk's downtown operations appropriation, why were salaries increased by 400,000? 400K.
Madam Chair, the bulk of this increase is really the result of shifting 7 FTEs from the DMV to downtown operations. The balance is really pay and step increases.
And why were professional services for computers decreased by 260? Why was professional services, the computers decreased by 260?
Through the chair, that funding was dedicated to the records management system, which is currently through that ongoing RFP process. So that's upfront money that will be spent in the beginning portion of that project. That didn't need to be allocated again in the following year.
Why was postage added as a new line item for 7.5K? And what is the plan for that?
Through the chair, just to clarify, do you mean under the Auto License Bureau or the downtown operations?
That's under downtown operations, I believe.
Through the chair, this was money that at the time, the USCIS had changed some of the regulations regarding passports. And we were looking at having to shift some of our postage costs from the internal chargeback to paying the post office directly in order to have the proper tracking numbers in order to get those packages sent. Fortunately, we were able to work with the mailroom within the county office building in order to alleviate that. So I think that will be funding that, while at the time of our budget submission, we expected to have to move that funding into our actual budget. It should be able to get absorbed within our chargeback as it previously had.
Why does the equipment cost increase by 40K? And what is being purchased?
Through the chair, this is one of the objectives. I believe it's listed both in the budget book and in our annual report. This is for the purchase of easy file map storage units that will allow us to better store and preserve a number of the subdivision maps and other maps that we're currently storing in our records.
On page 447, the Auto License Bureau appropriation, why do the salaries decrease by 240,000? Is that the answer you gave? It's the response.
I'm sure that shift of 7 FTEs.
On page 448 of the License Bureau, Auto License Bureau, why was this asset equipment added with the transportation equipment at 100K?
Through the chair, that is for the 2 vans that are assigned to the DMV specifically to help move our mobile equipment. Actually, currently, both of those vans are out of commission because they are very old and in need of replacement. This was funding to look at replacing both of those vans.
Through the chair, on page 629, on the clerk's downtown operation revenues, why does the state aid increase by 75K and the other grants contribution decrease by 75 grand? Is it moving funds?
It's really just a coding that changed from 23 to 24. It's still the same digitization grant.
Okay. Through the chair, on the page 230 of the, or 630. Thank you. License revenue, Why does the state aid increase by 250,000?
Through the chair, in the previous budget, we had intended to we made a request of some state aid to help us fund the relocation of the Henrietta DMV. That was not funding that was realized.
So we didn't get the funding, but now we're going to get it in 2024. Answer that again. Maybe I didn't hear you right.
Through the chair, we're not budgeting to receive any state funding or state aid funding for our auto license bureau through the chair. In 2023 on the amended, it was listed as an intended revenue. It just did not come to fruition.
Now you're gonna have to help me out with this alphabet soup. Why does ALB fees increase by 400K? But more importantly, what is ALB?
Through the chair, that's, I believe, just the internal mechanism for the auto license bureau. Typically, the way our revenue projections works is that they're projected in the lump sum of the total amount of revenues we think we're going to retain from all of the transactions that we process. But through the internal accounting, they then get reassigned more specific to the types of revenues that they came in from, whether it is the normal fees that we incur, sales tax penalties, sales of easy passes, or the retention from the online transactions that are processed.
And one final follow-up question, I guess, going back to the mobile DMVs, are you plan on increasing any of the sites on a regular basis or not in the coming year?
Through the chair, we will always consider new sites. We have had lots of communications. We don't currently have any other towns that are actively seeking to host the site again. But that is something that we will always consider to host new sites. We do have a number of other community agencies, including Cameron Ministries, the YWCA, and actually the Danforth Towers apartment community that have all asked us to come, that we are looking to try to build in those events. In addition, we've also had some agencies try to request us to build a schedule where we're able to come back to serve the number of the individuals that they serve as well, such as Compier, Trillium, and the East House of New York.
Chairman, a follow-up on that. When the towns were asking to have the DMVs come back, you put a bunch of restrictions on security and I can't remember them all right off the top of my head. Do you apply those same restrictions to these other agencies?
Through the chair, we do. We always require a walkthrough, a public safety walkthrough. We review the on-site security, whether additional security is required. All of those steps are same, whether it is a one-time event or if it's the recurring events.
I'm fine for now. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Legislator Britt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair of the administration. And so what I'm hearing, it's a concern of all of us legislators that represent rural parts of the county, and that mobile DMVs just do not seem to be on the radar of the county clerk. And it's extremely frustrating when we go from, citing, I'm going to call them like it is, what I feel is one excuse. One year we move on to the next excuse for the following year. And then we're hearing that the towns never request mobile DMVs. Well, if I could just mention that the previous county executives, including Ms. Donalfo and now County Executive Bello, have all managed to maintain these remote DMVs in all these towns. And I'm quite sure that these towns did not come to the county and request that these DMVs be placed there. I see this county, by and large, a service organization that provides service to people. And I think that the lack of initiative to host these remote DMVs is a disservice to many of our rural residents in this county. And I would hope that at some point in the future, Ms. Romeo, you could seriously consider, which I don't believe you have seriously considered in the past, to reinstate some of these DMVs. So can you give me any words of encouragement that this might happen in the future?
Through the chair, after several conversations with members of this body, the Association of Town Supervisors, and a number of other places, we have made a lot of overtures to anyone that is interested in hosting the mobile DMV. I think I would like to, on the record, through the chair, just state that the mobile DMV unit is not only for one specific set of residents, but for all the residents of this county. And one of the visions of the clerk's office now is really looking at the large diversity of needs in this community and how those units can be best applied throughout the county. Through the chair, I will only say that in conversations we have had, particularly through labor management meetings that we've had with our union, the past model of mobile DMVs was not sustainable. It was not sustainable to staff. It was not sustainable to the equipment. And we are looking at trying to build a better model in the future to best serve all of the different needs of this community. If there are additional places in any of your districts that are interested in hosting the mobile DMV, we would enter having any of those conversations. We have never excluded or said no to anybody with these conversations that we've had. But one of the matters that we discussed within our labor management meetings was the need to not have these 5 days a week, to not have them during the busiest times of normal branch hour operations, which are Mondays and Fridays. And the other thing I will say is that our experience now this year has really identified that the need has shifted and people are not accessing the service to the same way. A number of people have adapted to the way that they are accessing state DMV services.
Oh, okay, and a follow-up question to the administration, specifically to Ms. Romeo. Yes, the needs have shifted. We all saw a drastic shift during the COVID years, okay? And that's when everything is basically shut down, including the remote DMVs. And you're saying that that has changed. I don't really see how a rural access to additional DMVs could be considered to be any less need now than they have ever have been. We have older populations out there, and we're talking about miles traveled to get to a DMV. Now, if we look at the DMVs that have been established around Monroe County now, right? They service that would be the northwestern part of the county, the central part of the county, and Ogden. You mentioned Arundecoit, and I really don't see anything that if you were to draw a center line down Monroe County, north and south, that there's much of anything south of that center line of Monroe County. And I'm saying that if you're looking to provide services that are going to include all of the needs out there, I think you need to proactively reach out to see how can my organization, how can the remote DMVs, how can a county clerk serve the residents of Monroe County better? I'm not asking to bust the budget, but we've never had a budget request from the county clerk's office supporting additional remote DMVs. So again, I just want some assurances that you can provide to us so that we can just stop revisiting this issue every year, and that we can start moving forward on some serious consideration of remote DMVs in those areas that really need it.
Through the chair, as previously stated, we will always actively consider any additional sites, and I would encourage members of this body to follow up and bring any additional partners to us, and we will continue to do the outreach that we've done in our office to consider any sites.
Okay, great. I think it's the administration. I would guess that at least this side of the aisle will probably have half a dozen rural areas teed up and active for your consideration in the near future. So thank you.
Are there any other questions? Legislator Roman.
Madam Chair, I'm just gonna go to a few page numbers since great conversation and so. All right, so, page 188. Through you, Madam Chair, in regard to human services, why did the state aid facilitated enrollment go away? Was this a program that was eliminated?
Yes, Madam Chair, through the state appropriations bill, in the state budget process, facilitated enrollment was eliminated from each of the counties.
Through you, Madam Chair, and then now on page 189, again, in regards to the Department of Human Services, can you explain the reduction in appropriation? Could it be attributed to raise the aid, or are there other factors at play here?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, were you looking at the appropriation reduction in general or a specific line on this page?
In general, and then
Madam Chair, we're gonna tag team with DHS. I will say, generally speaking, appropriations for adolescent care are way lower than the amended 23 budget for a couple reasons. One, the very first line is JD and PINS care. PINS basically went away. There are no youth adjudicated PINS anymore. With respect to the juvenile justice facilities, this is really our chargeback from New York State to us for Monroe County youth in OCFS detention facilities. So those are all charged back to the counties based on Monroe County youth in their care. And then the reduction appropriations for non-secure detention, there really are extremely limited opportunities for non-secure. It's not really a choice judges remand youth to anymore. And given that the options are far and few between, we're just not incurring those expenses. But Ms. Natali does have some programmatic implications.
Through the chair, with the advent of Raise the Age and PINS reform, as Mr. Franklin stated, there's been a reduction in the need for care for both PINS and JD youth. Having said that, there is a need for an alternative to detention, which is something that we have sought a solution to via RFP 3 times in the last 2 years. To date, we've not had a response to that need. And again, as a result, the appropriations have been lessened.
through you, Madam Chair, as a follow-up. So there's a current open RFP for that?
Through the chair, there is not currently an open RFP.
Gonna go to page 684 this time. My last question, through you, Madam Chair, to explain on page 684 why the DOT over $25 million transfer from the general fund. I know yearly, more than 25 million, just wondering. Why does that occur?
That, Madam Chair, really is the difference between the appropriations needed by Department of Transportation, less the revenues they generate themselves from state-funded chips, from the vehicle registration fees. So this would be, in essence, if you go flip back to Department of Transportation, that bottom line, net county support, that's the tax support needed. Taxes to DOT, the taxes come to the general fund, so you see the specific transfer from general fund.
I yield the floor.
Legislator Dondorfer.
To the administration in regards to information services. If a department wanted to outsource their IT services, what would be the process to do so? Would they reallocate current IS chargebacks into a professional services line?
This is just a general question. If a county department wanted to outsource their IS operations?
Yes.
Absolutely not, Madam Chair. It's a centralized function, and I think this county has recognized the financial and operational benefits of a centralized IS system. We do have our IS director here. Part of that programmatic and operational benefit is the centralization of network security, which has probably become the most important issue facing counties right now.
That was it. Sorry, just wanted to get the blood flowing again.
Are there any other questions around the budget presentation?
I was experiencing the medical emergency. But I do have a few questions about appropriations under Board of Elections. Can you explain what commercial services is and why the increase?
Through the chair, commercial services includes ballot printing, absentees, payroll services, delivery of voting machines. And the majority of this increase is just due to 2024 being a presidential year. Two items in this GL account that have gone up are the transportation of voting machines and the cost of ballot printing.
Chair, could you also explain what professional services is and why the increase?
Through the chair, professional services is primarily the cost of paying election inspectors. So any increases come from this bucket, and there will be dollar increases. The plan is that there will be dollar increases for inspectors, site chairs, and Spanish interpreters for 2024.
I noticed a decrease of rental of space. Could you help explain that?
Absolutely. Through the chair, we had budgeted for a potential move in 2023. That did not happen. There was, along with the potential for a move, we had budgeted for some overlap as we transition from one facility to the next. But again, that fell through. So as you see, that line decreases for 2024.
Thank you.
Other questions, Legislator Bray?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think we're down to the last few questions here. First and only question I have for the Sheriff's Department, it's more of a comment, I would guess. Through the chair to the Sheriff's Office, I believe this has been asked in previous committees, but I want to assure our law enforcement that we'll do whatever we can to support you and provide you with the resources necessary to fulfill your duties with rising violence in our communities. This is more important than ever. Is there anything this legislature can do to improve your budget, or are there any areas in which we're not addressed in the proposed budget that the legislature can assist with?
Through the chair, yes. No.
How
Through-
much?
No, through the chair, this legislative's always been very supportive. The administration's been very supportive of the sheriff's budget as we're increasing our staffing and meeting the needs of the community. The support is very much appreciated. I mentioned in the Public Safety Committee that we may be looking at doing some kind of drop program as we try to increase retention in our jail staff. And so I think that could be something that the legislative could help us support with the state. I mean, it's a state program, but looking at that as we look at retention. But for right now, the legislator and the administration has been very supportive of the sheriff's office, so we're not missing anything right now.
Thank you. Through the chair, it's good to know. Concludes my sheriff question. A couple more miscellaneous questions, if I may. Could I have an update on the status of finding a new assistant county executive? Or is that position not designated to be filled?
Through you, Madam Chair, we are in the process of talking to candidates for that, and we would expect to have a decision on that soon, once the budget passes.
Thank you. And one more question for me. Would the administration commit to assisting the legislator clerk office in obtaining a grant to digitize the historical records of the clerk's office? There are decades of physical proceedings and records stored in the clerk's office all the way back to the first meeting of the Board of Supervisors. And I feel it's important we preserve this public history.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. Yes, I'm sorry. Let me just explain. I know through past experience that I know that there's only so many things that you can ask for. I just was checking to see if anyone here knew that there were other things in the queue for that, but no, absolutely. We recognize the importance of securing those records, digitizing those records, and we would be happy to engage in a conversation with that. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. That concludes my questions.
Legislator, Colby.
Madam Chairwoman, to the, it's probably to the administration, but it's probably more to the, elections. Have they ever considered splitting up, day at the, polls to two people doing one person? Because I know I have people ask me they would do it, but it's a 14 or 15-hour day by the time they set up, to the time they certify at the end of the day. And some of our seniors, that's asking an awful lot of them, and they're some of our most reliable inspectors in the past. I didn't know if there's a legal reason why we can't do that, or is it something that you would have to figure out a way to work out the management so the trade-off would be smooth?
Through the chair, we have absolutely thought of that. We currently are offering 3 different shifts in 6-hour increments throughout the day. And it's been met with pretty good reception. I won't say that we had a lot of people take advantage of it, but we did have some. It is a little bit of a logistical challenge if we were going to do it for all 1,800 election inspectors per election. But we are offering that to people right now. And I would say that I think off the top of my head, maybe 30 to 40 people took advantage of it. Some of them working 2 shifts, so you can work a 12-hour shift if you'd like as well. So yes, we have absolutely recognized that a 17-hour day is hard on everybody, especially people that are aging, which is the primary people that work for us on election day.
How well known is that out there with those people? Because I know 2 people that do election inspections and they don't know about it.
Well, through the chair, I can absolutely get that feedback to our training team. I do know that they've offered it to all of our current election inspectors, as well as some of our recruiters. I know are offering that to people, but as I would say that we could always do better, so I can bring that feedback to them for sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Regards to the budget? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the minutes from the October 24th, nope. Is that right? October 24th, 2023 meeting before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. Next item on the agenda is new business. Mr. Clerk.
Referral 23-0363, authorize the sale of county-owned tax foreclosed property located at 21 Bachman Road in the town of Arundecoy.
Moved by legislator Brew, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? Seeing none? Thank you. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All right, any opposed? Item carries. Thank you. Next item.
Referral 23-0365, authorize the sale of county-owned tax foreclosure property located at 50 Ashland Rise in the town of Penfield.
Moved by legislator Delahanty, seconded by legislator Dendorfer. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 23-0367, authorize the jurisdictional transfer of a portion of Old Brooks Avenue in the town of Gates to the town of Gates to the town.
Moved by legislator Dendorfer, seconded by legislator Colby. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 23-0369, authorize the acquisition of easements in real property for the Calkins Road Highway Improvement Project in the town of Henrietta.
Moved by legislator Colby, seconded by legislator Milne, as well as legislator Brew. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item. Legislator Brew.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to move all the remaining agenda items as one with the exception of agenda item number 0406 and 0407.
All right, so next item.
Oh, hang on, we have to vote. So we have a motion to move the remaining agenda except for referral 23-0406 and 23-0407.
Moved by legislator Brew, seconded by legislator Mafucci. Is there any discussion?
Can I just declare my interest for 402, please?
Thank you.
Got it, noted. What's that?
That's what we're gonna go to now. Yep.
No, we didn't vote yet. No.
All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
All right, referral 23-0406, authorize a contract with Capital Markets Advisors for independent registered municipal advisor services on behalf of Monroe County.
Moved by legislator Milne, seconded by legislator Brew. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 23-0407, authorize second round distribution of grant contracts and appropriation transfers pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA.
Moved by legislator Brew, seconded by legislator Delahanty. Is there any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, item carries. Next item. Great. Are there any other matters to come before the committee? No. There being no other matters, the December 7th, 2023 meeting of the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Ways and Means Committee will be announced.